Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley,
Excused.
Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan,
Excused.
Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Baisley, Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Parker please lead us in the pledge?
Good morning, Mr. President. Colleagues, guests, please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, members, this didn't go as planned with Senator Coleman, but members, later on this morning, I'll be announcing that we do have several school nurses on the floor. And so in their honor, members, I move that the Senate Journal of Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 be approved and corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 26, 2023, correctly printed Senate Bill 302, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 287 and 291, correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 314, 164, 176, 267, 280, 283, 285, 290, and 294, correctly enrolled Senate Bill 644, 70, 287, 157, 160, 161, 163, and 187.
Committee reports.
April 25, 2023, the Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1115 be postponed indefinitely. April 25, 2023, the Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1229 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole. A favorable recommendation. April 25, 2023, the Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1061 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1184 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1275 be referred to the Committee of the Whole. A favorable recommendation. House Bill 1227 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Message from the House.
April 26, 2023, Mr. President, the House has adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1023 as printed in House Journal, April 26, 2023.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for tributes.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Actually, I'm going to let the good senator from Aurora go first while I get ready.
Senator Fields. got to get Rosie ready for this.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I'd like to request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Members, I'm here to honor the career and the longevity of a friend. I want to call him a friend. I never knew him, but he was on 9 News for 40 years. And so during the course of that time, Gary Shapiro was the news anchor in the morning. And I would always have the news on while I was preparing to get my kids off to school. And so in the background, I would hear his voice, I would hear his laughter, and it kept things going for me morning after morning after morning. And if you ever watch him on 9 News, he always had a phrase on Friday. Remember what that phrase was? Congratulations, you made it through the week. So, Gary, this is a tribute that has been signed by our Senate President, and I'm going to read it. It is as follows. The members of the Colorado Senate express gratitude towards Gary Shapiro for his tremendous work in the field of Colorado journalism and wish him all the best in his retirement. Over the years, Gary has been the voice of Colorado reporting for the past 40 years. He has produced a number of in-depth reports, some of which were on Colorado Japanese internment camps, the Denver Five Points neighborhood, Normandy, Pearl Harbor, and the 9/11 terrorist attack. He has won numerous awards from Emmys and the Colorado Broadcasters Association. He is a true storyteller when it comes to telling the news of Colorado. It's always been unique, it's been memorable, and we deeply miss you in our homes. And this tribute is signed by Stephen Finberg, who is the president of the Senate, on my request. And we honor you today. Thank you for being here. Members, let's give him applause.
Senator Rosie. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege. And I am
Granted.
very excited to introduce you all to Rosie. She is probably the most famous invertebrate in the world and spreading invertebrate love to everyone. And she is visiting us from the Butterfly Pavilion today. She's very kind and very soft. And this highlights the importance of the education that the Butterfly Pavilion does. So you have to be 3 years old to hold Rosie. The day my daughter turned 3 was essentially like her 21st birthday. We were there at 9 a.m. on her 3rd birthday so she could hold Rosie. It was the year Frozen came out, and all the other 3-year-olds dressed up as Elsa, but she dressed up as Rosie. And to this day, Sienna's decided to be a conservation biologist because it all started with her love of Rosie. And so I want to share a little bit of information about the Butterfly Pavilion and honor them today. So the members of the Colorado Senate are proud to recognize the Butterfly Pavilion for 28 years. The Butterfly Pavilion has helped us see invertebrates for who they are. Invertebrate animals without backbones make up 97% of all known animal species, but are vastly underrepresented, misunderstood, and underappreciated. Butterfly Pavilion leads the world in changing the way people understand invertebrates through global research and intimate experiences, through collaboration in Colorado's farmers and business community, through educating Colorado's kids. This is the Butterfly Pavilion's job. So the next time you see a butterfly flutter en route to pollinate a spring bouquet, or beetles burying themselves in the work of delicately decomposing what would otherwise bury us, you too can know the necessity, appreciate the beauty, and celebrate the hidden heroes of the animal kingdom. And the Butterfly Pavilion is a zoo-certified invertebrate zoo, which takes a lot to be zoo certified, and you have to base it on science and how you care for the animals. And the Butterfly Pavilion is doing incredible research and work. And if you want to hold Rosie, she'll be in the back for a while. I also want to recognize the head of the Butterfly Pavilion, Patrick Tennyson, who's over there, and all of their hardworking staff. And thank you for bringing all of your invertebrates and your education and science that you share for so many Coloradans. Thank you.
Senator Malika.
I know, so Rosie cute.
Rosie is a very well-behaved tarantula.
Thank you.
Senator Malika.
Mr. President, I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know how to follow that up, members. But today is School Nurse Day. In Colorado, each school nurse is responsible for approximately 1,300 students. School nurses are essential public health professionals that address the physical, mental, emotional, and social health needs of students. The unique perspective of school nurses is critically important as the number of students with complex medical problems continues to grow.
Senator Malika.
Yeah.
Just one moment. Members, I know it's very exciting. Not every day that we have a tarantula in the chamber. But let's keep the noise level down a little bit and show our respects to the member in the well.
Thank you, Mr. President. School nurses help to make sure that students with type 1 diabetes, asthma, severe life-threatening allergies, epilepsy, and even students on ventilators can thrive in the school setting. A registered professional school nurse is a critical component of each school and community to reach their full potential. Their services should be recognized today and every day. And remember, we do have 2 school nurses over here on the side. If you want to stand up and we can welcome you to the Capitol. Thank you so much for being here.
Senator Hawkins-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I request a moment of personal privilege?
Granted.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have a very special guest with us today, the former Senator David Atkins, and the Executive Director of Council of State Governments, CSG. Many of you have been to CSG meetings. If you've been to a CSG West meeting, if you've been to a CSG National Conference, the person who is coordinating all of that and helping us learn leadership skills and network with each other is actually here. David, do you want to stand? For those of you that don't know, CSG was actually founded by a Colorado state senator. His name was Henry Toll, and he was a state senator from 1922 to 1930. He founded CSG in 1933 with the goal of more state-to-state interaction and interbranch collaboration. I was a Henry Toll Fellow in 2019. I encourage all of you to look at that fellowship and look at CSG meetings. Do you want to talk about CSG?
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Members, I've joined my colleagues up here because I've had a wonderful experience with CSG over my now 7 years in the legislature, and would encourage everyone to take a close look at applying for the Western Leadership Academy as well as the Toll Fellowship. They are excellent programs. I think the best that is offered for legislators as far as leadership training and helping us to improve our skills to do this important job. So I highly recommend, if you haven't taken advantage of those programs already, please do so. It's great to have former Senator Atkins here. We actually met when I was 20 years old. He unfortunately went to the wrong school in Kansas, but we were friends nonetheless. But I am pleased to report that, that my alma mater did win the Kansas basketball championship this year. So those of you that might be Jayhawk fans, I'm really sorry about that. But David has succeeded in life nonetheless. It's great to have him here today, and I hope everyone will take a close look at the CSG programs and meetings. They are a huge benefit for us as members of this body, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to echo what the previous senator said. My first year in the legislature, I was granted opportunities to go to multiple training and leadership classes via NCSL and CSG West, and I was honored to be adopted and supported by former Senator Nancy Todd, who recommended me. I went to the Leadership Academy in Colorado Springs, and it was probably one of the most beneficial bipartisan trainings that I had been to. So if anybody gets an opportunity to go, I highly recommend it, and want to thank you guys for being here.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Likewise, I rise in support of all the efforts and good outcomes of, as a participant of the CSG West Leadership Academy, a recent graduate last December. It was a wonderful experience and chance to engage with legislators from Alaska and California and Arizona. It was wonderful to talk to legislators from Arizona about water. It was a great experience. A lot to be learned there, a wonderful experience, and if you have an opportunity, I encourage you to apply for and hope you're successful in being a Colorado legislator representative to CSG West, particularly the Leadership Academy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hackes-Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I urge all of you, while David is here, to please learn what you can about CSG, and he can tell you about the upcoming conference that's happening later this year. Thank you.
Introduction and consideration of resolutions. Mr. Majority Leader. It's out of order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for introduction and consideration of resolutions.
The motion is to proceed out of order for introduction and consideration of resolutions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will now proceed out of order for the introduction and consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title of House Joint Resolution 1023?
House Joint Resolution 1023, Representatives Duran and Pugliese, Senators Kirkmeyer and Winter, F, concerning Sexual Assault Awareness Month and in connection therewith, recognizing April Sexual Assault Awareness Month and designating April 26, 2023 as Colorado Denim Day.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HJR 1023. And can the clerk please read it at length?
House Joint Resolution 1023, Representatives Duran and Pugliese, Senators Kirkmeyer and Winter, concerning Sexual Assault Awareness Month and in connection therewith, recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and designating April 26, 2023 as Colorado Denim Day. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month, SAM, officially began in 2001, though the movement to raise awareness for and put an end to sexual violence can be traced back much further. Whereas decades of activism and persistence by survivors and advocates led to the founding of the first rape crisis center in the U.S. in 1971, and the passage of legislation and funding to support survivors, including the Violence Against Women Act of 1993, VAWA, and whereas the Denim Day campaign was originally spurred in 1998 when the Italian Supreme Court ruled that a rape conviction would be overturned because the justices felt that since the victim was wearing tight jeans, she must have helped her rapist remove her jeans, thereby implying consent, and whereas the following day, women in the Italian parliament came to work wearing jeans to show their solidarity with the victim, and the following year, Peace Over Violence ignited the Denim Day campaign in Los Angeles and encouraged participants to wear jeans in protest against attitudes condoning sexual assault. And whereas since 2013, the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault, CCASA, which serves as the collective voice of sexual assault survivors and service providers and public policy initiatives, education, training, and collaborative efforts, has hosted Colorado Denim Day. And whereas in the last 10 years, CCASA has worked with the Colorado General Assembly to pass 14 laws that provide protections and support for survivors of sexual assault, and whereas more than 100 organizations have received training and technical assistance through CCASA to support survivors, and whereas CCASA continues to raise awareness around reporting options, survivor rights, and advocate resources through its You Have the Right campaign, and whereas the You Have the Right campaign is available in English and Spanish and will soon be available in Chinese, Arabic, and Japanese, and whereas support services for survivors and advocates continue to require translation resources to serve the 17% of Colorado's population that speak a language other than English, and whereas rural counties are home to 13% of Colorado's population, and survivors often point to a lack of transportation as a barrier to receiving services, and whereas more resources around translation and transportation are needed to provide equitable access to services and further address sexual violence in Colorado, and whereas current efforts to make services more accessible to all Coloradans demonstrate the Colorado General Assembly's dedication to advancing protections for survivors, and whereas continued action is needed to further expand support services throughout the state so that we can continue doing what we do in Denham, and whereas recognizing Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day and bringing attention to the ongoing effort to put an end to sexual violence remain critically important. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, recognize April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and designate April 26, 2023 as Colorado Denim Day, a statewide event aligning with Denim Day events across the world, and we are proud to recognize CCASA, Peace Over Violence, and other organizations that work to unite Colorado communities in support of ending sexual violence. Be it further resolved that a copy of this joint resolution be sent to Bree Franklin, Executive Director of CCASA.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, everyone, for acknowledging this resolution by standing. Appreciate that. Please be seated. In the United States, a sexual assault occurs every 68 seconds. So in the time that it took to read that resolution, 2 assaults, 2 sexual assaults. The majority of victims are between the ages of 12 and 36. The younger members of our society experience some of the highest rates of sexual assault. 82% of all juvenile victims are girls. 90% of adult rape victims are women. Young women ages 16 to 19 are 4 times more likely than the general population to be victims of rape, attempted rape, or sexual assault.
Also,
Senator Winter.
thank you, Mr. President. Also, women in Colorado face a greater rate of sexual assault compared to the nation. Lifetime prevalence of 23.8% of Colorado women will experience sexual assault compared to only 18.3% nationally. This is a problem that we've been working to address and need to continue to address. While some social progress has occurred in the wake of the Me Too movement, rape myths and victim-blaming practices remain ubiquitous. And that's why we wear denim today, to highlight how we need to overcome victim blaming, increase access, increase resources, and ensure that people are reporting sexual assault when it happens. Our partner in this is the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault. And so today, for wearing denim and paying your fine, please donate your fine to this incredible organization increasing access for sexual assault victims.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. So here's what we know. 1 in 3 Coloradoans have experienced sexually violent crimes. We've made some great progress here in our state. The General Assembly has been dedicated to advancing protections for survivors, but today it's your opportunity to take a stand. It's not just a day to get to wear jeans. As fun as that may be, this is serious, and it's time to take a stand together, and we ask you to contribute so that we can continue working for survivors and working for women and individuals who have had this experience.
Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1023. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Joint Resolution 1023 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the roll call be the co-sponsors of HJR 1023.
The motion is for the current roll call to be added as co-sponsors on HJR 1023. Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors on 1023.
It's right up here.
Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 287?
Senate Bill 287, Senators Zenzinger and Lundin, Representatives McLaughlin and Kipp, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move on third reading the passage of Senate Bill 287. 287. And I'd like to make a few comments with regard to the School Finance Act that you have before you. First, I believe that our biggest priority in the legislature, and indeed a legal obligation, is to pass a balanced budget. Secondarily, but of equal importance, is to pass the School Finance Act. Now, I've had the pleasure of sponsoring both of those bills this year, and I'm particularly pleased with how the legislature has prioritized education above all else. This year's proposal for school finance, Senate Bill 287, will boost K-12 funding next year by more than $9.1 billion. This translates into an additional $1,018 per pupil over last year, or a 10.61% increase. And it raises our state's portion of average per pupil funding to $10,614 per pupil, an all-time high. With this bill, we are making a major step forward in the path to fully funding public education in Colorado. The bill proposes buying down the budget stabilization factor by $180 million, which brings it down to its lowest level since its inception. And in fact, we wrote into the bill that we will fully buy it down to zero next year. Additionally, there are some other provisions of this bill. Contained within this bill is $30 million one time for rural schools in order to address a temporary funding provision of Prop EE that ends this year. It contains $23.5 million for the mill levy override match program, which sets aside match money for rural districts and those with limited property wealth when seeking a mill levy override. $10 million for the Public School Capital Construction Fund to assist charter schools with meeting their capital needs. $10 million to assist districts in their preschool special education maintenance of effort requirements during the transition of pre-K to the new Department of Early Childhood. $2.5 million for CSI mill-levy equalization, a program which gives funding to charter school institute schools that miss out on local revenue sharing, and a commitment to fully address full funding in 2 years. $1.1 million for gifted and talented universal screening, a program that we passed several years ago but never fully funded, and a commitment to fully fund the program within 4 years. $500,000 for districts to assist non-English speaking parents and guardians with translation of their individualized education plans for students with disabilities. $300,000 for districts to address the transition away from prohibited Indian mascots. Related to this School Finance Act is the drawdown of dollars from our state education fund for a number of education priorities, including $40 million for special education, which will finally close the gap for Tier B funding. $25 million of supplemental funding for the BEST program, Building Excellent Schools Today, that will assist with the completion of approved projects that were tabled due to high costs. $18 million to fully implement a new facility schools-based funding model. $15 million for categorical programming, such as English language learners, transportation, small attendance centers. $2 million for adult education. There are a number of other policy adjustments that we are making within this School Finance Act that do not have an appropriation, but do impact school finance. For example, we are delaying the implementation of the new at-risk factor until we can get all of the data that we need in order to move forward. We are also updating the definition of administrative costs for the Imagination Library. We're writing in some optional language for districts to use when purchasing or upgrading their technology. And lastly, we're creating a new task force that will look at issues of equity and adequacy for various components of our funding formula. There are many, many, many people to thank. This is a highly complex policy second only to the budget, and it does not happen without enormous effort. First, our JBC staff, Craig Harper, Amanda Bickle. In addition, Mark Carey, Anna Gersel, Thomas Rosa, our drafters, Jacob Baus and Alana Rosen, all of the members of the School Finance Committee, both present and past, the chair of the Education Committee, the Education Committee members, the Department of Education, and their legislative liaisons. Further, we could not have done this without the critical feedback and voices from a variety of organizations: CASE, CASB, CEA, the Rural Education Alliance, DFER, CSI, AFT, the League of Charter Schools, Colorado Succeeds, Great Ed Colorado, the PTA, many, many individual districts and K-12 advocates, parents, and most importantly, the students. This School Finance Act that is before you represents all of those critical voices because they were at the table when we crafted this policy. This is a monumental task, and the School Finance Act would not have come together without critical voices from these groups and many individuals. And last but not least, my co-prime sponsor, whom I've partnered with for 3 years and of which I have the great, great honor of sponsoring this act with today. Even though I believe that we still have more work ahead of us, I believe that this year's School Finance Act contains the single largest commitment to public education in Colorado history. It's something to be proud of, and it's something that our schools desperately need and very much deserve. And I ask for your aye vote today.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me begin where my colleague just ended, in gratitude to her as a partner of this act several years in a row now. To us, this is one of the two constitutional mandates that we have when we show up into the General Assembly. It is an important action for us to take, simply to comply with what the Constitution demands of us. But more importantly, I would argue that this policy, this education policy, and all of the other education policies that we engage with over the course of the legislative session should be and are the number one priority. Now, that's redundant, frankly, to say number one priority. This must always be education, the priority of the policymakers of Colorado, because it is in the proper funding of education and meeting that constitutional mandate for thorough and uniform education in Colorado that the future of Colorado is assured. So I urge your yes vote on 287, this year's School Finance Act, as perfectly described by my co-prime sponsor. The second comment that I would make, I direct more to my colleagues in this chamber on the 108th day of the legislative session. 13 days of work ahead of us before Sine Die comes its way, or our way, if you count today, 13 days. This particular large, important piece of policy is a metaphor for the work we've done and the work we have yet ahead of us. Quite frankly, I think more of the work ahead of us will be much like this. I was captured as we were debating this on Seconds yesterday by the beauty of the process. In some of my more crass moments, I use the comments of Samuel Clemens and call out the fact that we make sausage here. You know, Sam Clemens said that those who enjoy sausage or respect the law should never watch either being made. And it can be at times ugly. But this particular process was beautiful, and I was captivated by the tug and pull, the strains even between co-prime sponsors and many other people choosing to participate in this policy debate. And yet it is in that tension, and it is in that strain, and it is in those raised voices and tears shed that we actually can create policy that is most beneficial for the people of Colorado. And so I pause in this moment to say to you, my colleagues, I expect there will be more days of raised voices and tears shed as we seek to create good policy in these last 13 days of the session. So I seize this moment in the well on behalf of this gigantic, important piece of legislation to call us forward to a better time together over the next 13 days, even as we raise our voices and shed some tears. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your attention, and it looks as though we may have some more comments to the bill.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 287. Indulge me if you would as I explain my perspective on this bill. I appreciate the kindness, generosity, but mainly the competence of my colleagues, both over here and over here, through this process and many others, but your guidance during our committee hearings in passing while you spoke on the floor yesterday, while you worked with your colleagues and I worked with mine, while you calmed situations down, when you raised a quiet question out loud, I appreciate you. Our School Finance Act, as we know, is the bread and butter of our public schools in terms of our responsibility to them. Every CFO and superintendent is waiting for these numbers in spreadsheets, poised, waiting for actual numbers instead of the scenarios they've been running for months. Our experts are in the schools, not the Capitol, and our bill sponsors know that. So they've worked hard for years in committees, making incremental changes that have brought us to where we are today. So to all the people who've taken time to serve on these committees, the people in this room, the people before us, the people out there, the people who've written bills, who go to meetings, who provide insights, we thank you. This bill reflects you. To every teacher, counselor, student, superintendent who comes to see me at the Capitol, who comes to see all of us, who reaches out to our offices, this bill reflects you. And I want to thank all my colleagues on the Senate Education Committee who served this session, but especially last Wednesday, including our bill sponsors, the Madam Chair, and the good senator from Weld County, making a cameo at our Education Committee this year. Thank you. It was fun to collaborate with you all, rely on your expertise, and prioritize a couple of very important things that you have prioritized with us. One, we can pay off at least half the BSF factor this year. In fact, we did better than that. Two, we committed to paying off the BSF factor next year. And that process, those few hours last Wednesday, improved on historic gains toward getting to level in Colorado in terms of public education. Yet, after these historic investments, we still land in the bottom third in terms of per pupil funding. We still backfill significant local portions without oversight. We know the needs in our schools are only increasing. We know we're facing a workforce shortage, funding cliffs, increase in mental health needs, school safety issues, high class sizes, facilities in decline, old curricula, etc. Things are a little dreary in our schools, but yet our time with kids is hopeful. Their perspectives refreshing and innocent and honest. And in many ways, our kids know that shared values are what propel us into the future together, just like our shared values brought us to this historic place. I didn't weigh in yesterday on the debate out of deference to the public education advocates in this chamber. Your passion for funding our schools was truly moving. As a teacher who shares a classroom with another teacher in a half of a modular, I know the facility issues we face are not our biggest concerns. I know it's not that we have outdated, or in most cases, no curriculum to support the standards we teach daily, but I know it's not that which is our biggest concern. It's not the general discontent that exists among educators and school staff as our colleagues continue to exit the profession. We look for a pipeline of new teachers, and there are few. But that's not our biggest issue. I can say our biggest concerns are the unmet needs of our students. Their behaviors, in many cases, are escalating to incredibly unsafe situations with violence against students and staff, bearing all types of weapons, including hands, thrown objects, guns. It's for the rising discontent I see among our students as they learn in our unfunded institutions, in buildings in need of repair, but with the most resourceful and caring educators. So it's for that reason that I came to this legislature to try to fund our schools. And I see that these legislators, above all else, they care, that you want to help our students, our educators, our families. I see it. And for that, I thank you. We still need to figure out how we're going to fully fund our schools, how we're going to move away from grants and into more ongoing funding for programs that work for students, and how we're going to provide sustainable money for our rural schools. I'd love to commit to that for next year as well. So with many thanks, I look forward to many years ahead, standing on this great work, which stands on years of great work before us, to fund our public schools for the betterment of all our students. I urge an aye vote on 287. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I just had a comment on my boots. I should have probably worn my boots yesterday. We were talking very specifically about the BS factor. Would have been appropriate. Probably appropriate I have them on today as well. I first and foremost just want to say thank you and job well done to the prime sponsors on this bill. I know you put your heart and soul into it. I know in the case of at least one of the prime sponsor from the city of Arvada, this great senator, good senator from the city of Arvada, that you've done this at least 4 times now, so job well done. My issue isn't with everything that you put in the bill, it's the portion that's still left out of the bill. And I know you tried very diligently, I know both prime sponsors did, tried very diligently to get to a full buy-down. And I still believe we should be there, and I know that we can afford it. It is very hard for me to vote for this bill, but I'm going to. It's hard for me to vote for this bill, though, because we're sitting on over $4.6 billion in either budgeted reserves or fund balances in the state education fund, in the state reserves, and in the permanent trust fund. And at a time when school districts are struggling to meet student needs, we decreased the state contribution by $158.5 million, and the local share increased by $643.5 million. That doesn't seem right to me. We know from our forecast that next year, our revenues aren't set to decline, they're set to increase by over $1 billion. State education fund transfers, another $1 billion coming into that fund. And we will still have state reserves that are budgeted at $2.3 billion approximately. So my argument is not with either of the prime sponsors. I appreciate we're trying to get all the financing, school financing that we can get in. Great job, and I say that sincerely. It's just, I believe at this point, we shouldn't be sitting on these large fund balances when school districts are struggling to meet the needs of students. We need to stop ignoring the will of the voters. When they passed Amendment 23, they didn't say do a workaround. That oath of office we took didn't say we should work around the Constitution. It said we should uphold the Constitution. So we've dismissed the voters, we've dismissed students, parents, and teachers for far too long. And while I appreciate that we put in the legislation that we're going to end it next year, I think it should have been this year. I think students deserve better and that we should be funding them, and that education should be our top priority, and that we should put education first. But I still urge an aye vote on this bill because we still need to fund education, and there's still a lot of very good things in the bill. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. $1,000 more per kid. That's what this bill does. $1,000 more for every kid in K-12 public education in the state of Colorado. So parents, your kid is going to go to school. There's $1,000 more that is going to accompany your kid to school. And then look around that classroom. Add up the total number of kids in that classroom. That is how much more every classroom is going to have. 22 kids on average for a Colorado classroom. That's more than $20,000 that we are increasing funding. That's not just $20,000 for the classroom. We are increasing funding by $20,000 or more per classroom in Colorado. This is a tremendous increase. $1,000 more per kid. And we've taken what was left of the BS factor, we've brought it down by more than half, and we have committed in this bill to eliminating it next year. That has been just a fact of life since I've been in the legislature these last 7 years. And next year, it will be gone. And we're eliminating it in a way that is responsible and that gives teachers who count up all those kids in their classroom, multiply by 1,000, gives them the knowledge that when they go to their districts to say, there's this much more money coming into my classroom, I need a raise. Districts know that that money is money they can bank on. We aren't going to buy down the BS factor this year and then create it again next year or the year after. This is a fiscally responsible way to come back from where this legislature has been ever since I've been here and fully fund our schools according to Amendment 23. This is a bill to be proud of. I enthusiastically ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. I appreciate so very much my good colleagues and former Education Committee member, his comments, but I'm highly sensitive on this particular issue. Would that it were so. In aggregate, the total dollars being sent to the districts, 178 districts, is based on an idea of $1,000 per student. But tragically, it's not actually $1,000 per student. It's not even actually $1,000 more per student per classroom, nor is it even actually $1,000 more per student per school. That would be beautiful. That would be a school finance formula we all should be on board with. This formula is different. We're spending a whole lot more money to the districts, and I'm grateful that that's happening. But there is in front of us on the policy horizon that which we are always stressing for or straining for as if it were on the horizon. And I'm stealing the good senator from, I want to say Centennial, but that's not accurate. Greenwood Village, his metaphor for chasing the policy horizon. The money is good and it's great, and we are so grateful for what we're doing. And the next step that we must take together is to actually give the truth to the statement that it is $1,000 more per student when we have this kind of additional money, that it is more money in the classroom, in the school, not just to the district, where the district will do with it what they choose to do. I believe in them. In good faith, they do the work. But I would prefer that it be pinned or put in the backpack of the student and sent with that student, based on the student's needs and requirements, to the classroom, to the school. So a nuanced policy thing, but I just absolutely could not let that go without responding to it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bridges, for your second and final time.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the last time I can come to the mic, so I better get all my points in now. So total dollar increase per student is actually about $1,600 when you take into account categoricals. So what we're talking about really is per pupil increase, $1,000 more per kid. Now, to hear the good senator say that he wishes that it really were $1,000 per kid, I've heard the good senator from Lundinville say that he thinks that we should actually fund kids based on what it costs to educate them. Absolutely. So $1,000 per kid flat would actually not be a great solution here, and which is part of why I'm glad that it's actually $1,600 aggregate per kid, because that $600 on top of that $1,000 is actually going to address the needs that individual students have. It's going towards what's called categoricals. There is absolutely, though, where I do agree with the good senator from Lundinville, is that we absolutely need to change this funding formula. There is a critical need to move away from a district-centered formula to a student-centered formula, one that takes into account, though, that students in certain districts cost more to educate because of factors that exist in those districts. We can't entirely discount the fact that students in the state live in different parts of our state, and educating students in different parts of our state just simply costs different. The same kid in downtown Littleton is going to cost a different amount to educate if they live in Eagle. Yeah, Western Slope, Eastern Plains, San Luis Valley, Front Range, the costs are different. We definitely need to take that into account. We should be putting the kid at the center of it, though. That is a place where I do agree with the good senator on this. And the fact that again, and I said this yesterday, and it's worth saying again, the tale of two Sheratons. We've got a Sheraton in the mountains that is being converted into short-term rentals that is costing that district $1.6 million. $1.6 million going to Sheridan, the city of, in my district, would make a tremendous impact on the lives of those kids. But instead, we're subsidizing a resort community because of the change from a hotel to short-term rentals. We have got to fix the funding formula for students in this state. However, this bill puts $1,000 more per kid in every classroom this bill is something we can be proud of. Is there more work to do? There's always more work to do, of course. But I am extraordinarily proud of this bill, and this is my last time to the podium. So, you know, when the good senator comes back up, it's his bill, he gets to come up all these times. So I'll just tweet my responses from here on out. Thank you, colleagues.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would be remiss if I didn't come up today and give some kudos to a lot of people. You know, I have a legacy of education, and education is always first and foremost in my mind. And those students are always first and foremost in my mind. And you know, we always say, we're going to give our kids the best education possible, no matter what their zip code. We say that all the time. And that's what we are attempting to do. This year, we improved things tremendously, but we are going to keep striving and get it right. And with all of the great minds we have in this chamber and in the education community, I have no doubt that in the very, very near future, we are going to get to that final goal. I wanted to say something today. I want to thank Senator Zenzinger. She is the former chair of education. I've taken a lot of lessons from her, and a lot of people said normally it's the chair of education who is the prime sponsor of the School Finance Act. I know that, but Senator Zenzinger and I had that conversation, and I asked her if she would please be the prime sponsor this year because of her expertise. And I was involved the entire time. We were in lockstep. We did this together. So thank you. And I also want to thank Senator Lundeen, who is a really good friend of mine, and we've always been on the same path for education ever since I've been in the state capitol since 2015. And there's one more person I would like to thank, and that is the policy analyst for our education committee here in the Senate, and that is Shannon Shell. You have been a rock for me. You've been a great resource for me and for the Education Committee. And I just want to thank you and tell you that everything you did not go unnoticed. And thanks to my Education Committee, and we're just going to keep getting stronger. And this is a really great day for good policy, and I am excited that we are going to pass Senate Bill 287.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just would like to say thank you to everybody who worked on this. I'd like to say thank you to every teacher in the room that understands education and education funding as well. But the thing that I'm most impressed about being in this room is listening to you guys talk about how important it is to make educational or fund education in rural Colorado. The good senator from Denver was did that yesterday and made it a point to talk about that. The good senator from Arvada, who did a wonderful job on really focusing on rural Colorado. The good senator from Weld County, same thing about rural Colorado. Said somebody who went to high school in Basalt, Colorado, like myself, graduated from the Western Slope, but also grew up in Cheyenne Wells, Colorado, and went to 8th grade there. I understand that there is some huge differences on how we're funded. And I just really appreciate all the discussions on making rural Colorado a focus. And I appreciate that so much for everybody to really talk about that and really bring that to the forefront, because that needs to be discussed next year even more. So I appreciate that. I would like to see the BS factor brought down some more, but we already had that discussion yesterday, but I will be an aye vote. I asked an aye vote on this one today, and I appreciate all the work that's been put into it. Thank you.
Senator Zenzinger.
I just want to once again renew our motion for the passage of Senate Bill 287, and to just sum up with a couple of personal statements. As many of you know, I'm a teacher. I'm a Colorado licensed educator, social studies teacher. It's no surprise why I ended up in government, because I loved government. I loved teaching about government. I also grew up in rural Colorado. There was a time where I was in second grade, and one of my favorite teachers, who is now on the Montrose School Board, so I'm pretty excited about that, she became pregnant in the sort of middle of the first semester. And because I lived in rural Colorado, they were unable to find a replacement for her. And so they ended up splitting up our classroom, taking half of the students and putting them with the other second grade teacher. And then I was moved up into the third grade, which had a different lunch hour than all of my friends. It's really important that you all know that as much as I am proud of this School Finance Act that we have before you today, I still believe that there's more work to do. I still believe that there are opportunities where we can create more equity for our students. I believe that there is more that we can do for our small and small rural schools. I still believe that there is more that we ought to do with regard to educator salaries and making sure that this is a profession in which people devote so much of their energy and love into that they can sustain themselves on. I think there is still more work to be done in the School Finance Act. Nevertheless, I can assure you that if there was a way to get there this year with a full buy down, I would take it. I want that win. I want that to be on my record as someone who officially bought down the BS factor to 0. I would take it. Unfortunately, I don't believe we can get there this year, but that's part of the reason why we made the commitment in writing in the bill to get there next year. And I look forward to that day, and I look forward to further improving our School Finance Act into the future, because education is important, and our students are important, and they deserve every bit of it. And for those reasons, I ask for your aye vote today.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I too believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Support of 287.
Seeing no further discussion or singing, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 287. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 287 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Henriksen, Priola, Fields, Bridges, Janal, Winter, Cutter, Coleman, Buckner, Malika, Exum, Roberts, Hanson, Majority Leader Moreno, Danielson, Colker, Gardner. Please have the President. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 291?
Senate Bill 291, Senators Fenberg and Cutter, Representatives DeGroot, Kennedy, and Martinez, concerning the Public Utilities Commission's regulation of energy utilities and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 29291 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 291. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Roberts. With a vote of 21 ayes, 13 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 291 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Jaquez Lewis, Priola, Buckner, Marchman, Majority Leader Moreno, Exum, Hanson. Committee reports.
April 26, 2023, the Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 275 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 277 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 288 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 289 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1075 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and with the recommendation it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1197 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 213 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
General orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Bridges will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the code rule is not relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1276, Representatives Lindstedt and Vijo, Senators Zenzinger and Pelton B, concerning the bridge and tunnel enterprise and in connection therewith expanding the scope of the enterprise's powers to include the completion of preventative maintenance bridge projects and allowing the enterprise to repair, reconstruct, replace, and maintain a fair rated bridge under certain circumstances. Senate Bill 293, Senators Coleman and Fields, Representatives Harrod, concerning compensation of a student athlete for use of the student athlete's name, image, or likeness. House Bill 1155, Representatives Weissman and Bacon, Senator Gonzalez, concerning the advisement of rights during a custodial interrogation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the adoption, I move for the passage of all the bills on the general orders second reading of bills consent calendar, which includes House Bill 1276, Senate Bill 293, and House Bill 1155. There are no committee reports.
Seeing no committee reports, the question before us is the adoption of all of those bills. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and those bills are adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations on. Senate Bill 293 passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1276 and 1155 passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 293 passed in second reading and order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1276 and 1155 passed in second reading and order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills. Senator Bridges will take the chair.
271 first.
The Senate will come to order, and the coat rule is relaxed for everybody that I can relax it for. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 271.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 251. All those in favor say aye. Sorry, well, 271. Sorry, apparently not just my eyesight's bad today. The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 271. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We will proceed out of order to that bill. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 271?
Senate Bill 271, Senators Roberts and Van Winkle, concerning the regulation of compounds that are related to cannabinoids.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Senate Bill 271, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report, is there any discussion? Seeing none, Senator Roberts?
No, thank you.
Nope. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, any discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L010?
Amendment L010 by Senator
Senator
Roberts.
Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L010.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amends the Finance Committee report and puts in a serving limit for products that are less than 20-to-1 THC to CBD ratio of 5 servings, and then says that rulemaking can happen for anything above or less than 20-to-1. 20-to-1 ratio for people under the age of 21. It also makes other technical changes around the rulemaking part of this section. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of L010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill. Oh, there is another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L011?
Amendment L011 by Senator
Senator
Roberts. Amend
Roberts.
printed bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L011.
To the amendment.
This is a technical request that we got from the Marijuana Enforcement Division around their ability to tax and label products, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of L011? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L011. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. L011 is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L012?
Amendment L012
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L012.
To the amendment.
This amendment adds back in some ability to sell what are called safe harbor products. We are saying that we will not allow synthetic cannabinoids to be sold under any circumstance, but we will allow products to be sold to other states so long as that state has not explicitly prohibited those products from being sold in their state.
Senator Mullica. Senator Mullica.
On 12. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsors for doing a lot of work. We heard this in committee. Members, I still have an issue with this. We made some changes in committee with safe harbor language and understand where the sponsors are coming from. Don't want to disparage the work that they're doing. But members, if these products are products that we don't sell in our state, I'm not sure how I can wrap my head around that it's all right to sell those products in other states. And so I do have issues with this amendment. I appreciate the work the sponsors are doing, but I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To you and members, we had a healthy debate on this in committee. I too asked for a no vote on this amendment, and here's the reason why. This will open up, in my opinion, a huge loophole for a gray market in the state of Colorado. If these products are not saleable here in Colorado, there's no need to produce them. Again, ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L012. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L014?
Amendment L014 by Senator Roberts. Amend printed
Senator
bill, page 12.
Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is related to allowing the department to prohibit products if further scientific research shows that they are intoxicating. This bill, the larger bill, creates two categories: non-intoxicating hemp and intoxicating hemp. This amendment says if something starts off as non-intoxicating and later is found to be intoxicating, that the department can move it to that category. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L014. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. L014 is adopted. I feel an amendment coming to the desk. Will the clerk please read L015?
Amendment L015 by Senator Van Winkle, amend printed bill page 27 after line 7, insert section 5.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L015.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This simply just aligns federal law with state law regarding the seeds. This is far before it goes into the ground or mixes with, or gets put into the dirt. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of L015? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L015. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. I don't have a feeling there's any more amendments coming to the desk. Any discussion on Senate Bill 271? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues. Senate Bill 271 is a bill about public safety. This is a bill about ensuring that we are putting safeguards on what are becoming to known as intoxicating hemp products. We all know that we legalized recreational marijuana in the state of Colorado in 2012, and hemp was legalized at the federal level a few years ago as well. But we have now seen hemp products pop up in Colorado and across the country in a variety of forms. And right now there's very limited regulation of hemp products in our state. Currently the manufacture, production, and distribution of hemp products is overseen by CDPHE, and hemp products can be sold in a variety of retail outlets, including health food stores and online. But this could be problematic as the intoxicity of those products could be harmful to kids and our citizens across the state. So what this bill proposes to do is create two different categories. One category of products that will be considered non-intoxicating hemp products, and then another category of intoxicating hemp products, which will be regulated similar to marijuana in our state. The non-intoxicating hemp products will be able to continue to be sold similar to how they are, but they will have oversight, and as we discussed in an amendment, those products can be moved in between the non-intoxicating and intoxicating categories. I want to thank the working group that was created out of Senate Bill 205 from last year that worked very hard over the summer to come up with these recommendations. The bill in front of you largely reflects the recommendations of that working group and also reflects a few changes that have happened as the result of further stakeholding. We know, I just want to note that hemp products can be incredibly valuable for people in our state, particularly kids and families that struggle with a variety of conditions like autism and epilepsy and other diseases and conditions. And we heard in committee the value of these products in our state. There's also a huge economic benefit to Colorado because of this hemp production. But we need to do it the right way. We need to put proper guardrails on this to ensure that we are not harming anybody and we are doing right by public safety and protecting kids, most importantly. And I think the balance that we've struck so far in Senate Bill 271 reflects that. I know there'll be further conversation today and as the bill works its way through the process, but I also want to thank Senator Van Winkle, the good senator from Highlands Ranch. This has been an issue you've worked on a lot, and I know you will have some comments, but this is an important bill and it's been great to work on it with you.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have very little to add to that. It was very thorough. Essentially, in short, the issue is that the federal farm bill legalized hemp and its derivatives, which makes sense because there's not supposed to be hardly any THC or Delta-9 or anything in hemp. However, it's becoming increasingly hot hemp in terms of Delta-10, 11, and et cetera that can be created from hemp products that are intoxicating and could be potentially damaging to kids and people in the state of Colorado while still being sold under the Farm Bill in places like convenience stores and grocery stores. So what this bill does is it tries to define what is intoxicating. If it's intoxicating, it should go through essentially the Marijuana Enforcement Division and all those regulations. If it's not intoxicating, then continue to sell largely the way it is now. And we're just ensuring that that is truly the case, that it's not intoxicating when being sold to the public. So with that, I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L017?
Amendment L017 by Senator Mullica, amend the Finance
Senator
Committee
Mullica.
report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L017.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we had the privilege of hearing this bill in Finance Committee and again, give a lot of credit to both sponsors for the work that they did. And one of the amendments that we talked about was increasing the purchase age to 21 and having some exemptions for medical conditions, obviously. But with these being intoxicating substances, making sure that outside of medical conditions, that purchase age is 21. One of the concerns that we heard on that amendment, though, is that some of these substances are in other products that maybe you don't ingest, if it's lotions or some other products. And so, members, what this amendment does is it says it increases the purchase age for these products other than if they're for cosmetic purposes, so specifically for ingestions, and continues to keep that exemption in there for medical purposes. And so, members, we've had a lot of discussions the last several years around age of purchase. We've had a lot of discussions to make sure that we're doing all that we can to not only keep these types of products, but tobacco and alcohol out of our children's hands. I think that that's an important conversation to have and something that we should continue to try to do, and that's what Amendment L017 does. I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L017.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the Chair of the Finance Committee refining this amendment a bit further. We may need to refine it further as we go forward, but I appreciate that it's been worked on since committee until now, and I'll be okay with the yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senator Lundeen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the sponsor's effort to receive and accept and improve the policy through the course of the conversation. I had one question about package limits, and the bill's been moving fast, and quite frankly, my attention has been elsewhere. Could I have an understanding of the current state of play, the policy as it is developed to this point, what the package limitations might look like? And I would appreciate feedback on that. Thank you.
To packaging, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, for the question. So where we are now is the bill with the amendments today. There is a per serving limit of 1.75 milligrams of THC per serving maximum. And then if the ratio is 20-to-1 or less of CBD to THC, then there's a 5 serving per package limit. Anything above 20-to-1 will be deferred to rulemaking, and the department can put container or package limits on that.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a subject matter that's still open for debate as the bill moves forward through the process. So we'll keep looking at this as we go forward. But essentially what the bill stands now is we believe there's enough CBD in there versus THC. There's just so much other product besides the intoxicating THC that it would be very, very difficult to get any kind of intoxication from that. So,
Mr. Minority Leader.
Appreciate very much the responses to the question, the policy as it's developed, and I am even heartened more by the openness of the sponsors, at least in this body, and I hope that we would see that as the bill moves forward, to a continuing conversation. And my preference is I'd rather lock this up before rulemaking. I think this is a matter that the General Assembly should resolve and not anticipate that rulemaking will solve the problem on our behalf. So that I want to put a stake in the ground, a marker on that, as someone who's participated in conversations peripheral to and in some ways central to this conversation, that getting this right in the General Assembly is appropriate, and I look forward to it, and I'm grateful for the sponsors' openness to doing something of that nature. Thank you.
Seeing no current continuing conversation, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 271. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill, or House Bill 1233? Oh, sorry, Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee take out of order, take up House Bill 1266.
The motion is to take up House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We will take up 1266. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1266?
House Bill 1266, Representatives Brown and Rick, Senators Huckes, Lewis, and Buckner, concerning the suspension of a reverse mortgage from the prepayment requirement when a force majeure renders the subject property uninhabitable as a principal resident.
Senator Huckes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1266, and I do not believe we have a committee report.
There is indeed no committee report to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill really helps folks that have a reverse mortgage. So what happens is when you have a reverse mortgage, you are required to live in that property as your primary residence. Well, what happens if your house is floating down the Thompson River because of a flood? What happens if the house is lost in the Marshall Fire? That is indeed what happened to folks that are affected by reverse mortgages. So this allows for folks who are under a reverse mortgage, if they say that they will rebuild, if they say they will construct the home within 5 years, that they are okay with their reverse mortgage. And we were able to work with the reverse mortgage companies, and they are neutral on this bill. And I'll turn it over to my colleague to add to what we are doing.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this bill is really important, and of course we think of the Marshall fires, and we know with climate change, in combination with an aging population in Colorado, who may take advantage of the benefits of a reverse mortgage, Colorado currently ranks 3rd in the nation for total number of reverse mortgages, with some 43,000 FHA insured reverse mortgages. And this situation is only going to happen more and more often. And with my friends who are seniors who have reverse mortgages, this bill is really important to them. It affects a lot of seniors, and this bill is crucial, and I'm hoping that all of you will give this a yes vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the sponsors for bringing this bill. I was a yes vote in committee, and I just wanted to reemphasize that I was really touched by the testimony that we heard, and I think it's a responsible bill, and I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? As a reminder, members, my eyesight is poor. If you would like to speak on a bill, please be in the well, or I may not see you. However, with that shirt, there's no possible way I could have missed you. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, I had to run up here. There was a traffic jam, and I didn't want to use my football abilities and just run through people, so I apologize for not being up here a little slow.
The chamber appreciates your decorum. Senator, continue.
I heard this bill in committee. I was a yes vote, and I appreciate them bringing this, the sponsors to bring this bill. I wanted to make sure that we talked about the force majeure part of it, because that is a very important part of this bill. We've seen God-like disasters, act of gods, yes, in our communities, and I want to make sure anybody who has a reverse mortgage that they don't, that they're protected from that. So I appreciate that part of the bill, and I really appreciate the sponsors for bringing it up. So thank you so much, and I ask for an aye vote on this bill. So thank you.
So much appreciation. Any further appreciation? Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we take out of order House Bill 1178.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1178. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes has it. We will proceed out of order for 1178. Will the clerk please read the title to 1178?
House Bill 1178, Representative Froelich, Senator Winter F., concerning enhancing court personnel's recognition of domestic violence to access federal funding and in connection therewith, including the recognition of child abuse.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of House Bill 1178 along with the Judiciary Committee report.
Is there any discussion of the Judiciary Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, is there any discussion? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1178.
Seeing no further Mr. Minority Leader, I did just mention the request to be in the well. Understand. Mr. Minority Leader, go ahead.
Sorry, sir. Small team, working fast, moving quickly, not using our football moves. Mine aren't quite as thunderous, but they are sometimes disruptive.
To the bill. Just kidding. You're good.
The bill requires the courts to consider past evidence, including convictions, arrests, and restraining orders against the accused in proceedings concerning allocation of parental responsibility that involve a claim of domestic violence or child abuse of a minor. Courts may only consider expert testimony and evidence if the expert has experience working with the victims of domestic violence. The bill forbids courts from separating a child from their protective party in order to improve a deficient relationship with the accused. So you're working on improving things within the family here. It also forbids courts from ordering reunification treatment unless certain conditions are met. The bill, as you look into it, if you look into it as we move quickly through these, the bill also increases the amount of training hours that family and child investigators must complete. So there's any number of potential policy challenges with this. I would defer to the folks who heard this in the Judiciary Committee for any thoughts they may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, domestic violence, and especially in any domestic violence, any abuse potentially against a child, especially in a home setting, school, anything like that, of course courts need to be looking at that. Of course courts and family courts are looking at that very thoroughly. But the problem with the bill that we heard a tremendous amount of testimony, I don't remember how many witnesses we had, but there were at least a dozen coming forward, and they were quite concerned about potential false abuse claims that can, with this, sway the courts right now, essentially their opinion. And I know we've heard from Moffat County, for example, there was a caseworker accused of fabricating child abuse, neglect investigations. Many of these, in the end, turn out to be largely unfounded. And what this bill does is it seems like we could potentially have false allegations of child abuse that take now months to unravel, as opposed to right now where a court is able to open it up, able to look at it. Caseworkers are able to come forward and say, yes, we think this is happening. No, we don't think. We're worried that it could sway it, these false allegations in a false way, so that even if it's the abused person that lodges a false allegation against, say, a dad is abusive or something, and the mom is trying to protect her kids, the dad or a caseworker or someone files a false allegation of child abuse in these family court settings, which can get very intense. And in these custody litigations, of course, are never easy. They're incredibly difficult, incredibly emotional, and we don't want to see the judicial system, which right now is trying to do their best job at protecting kids from abuse, from being swayed into potentially false allegations that then takes weeks and months to unravel and get to the truth about who is the abused and who is the abuser. So for those reasons, we had several no votes in committees, bipartisan opposition in the House of Representatives, and still tremendous concern from the people of Colorado that this could lead to increasing false allegations and increasing fabricated allegations. So for those reasons, we were a no vote in committee and likely will continue to be a no vote pending any amendments today.
Thank you, Senator Van Winkle. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1178. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we take out of order and move out of order and take up House Bill 1246.
The motion is to proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1246.
Yes.
There we go. Yes. Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing folks today. So 1246, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We will proceed out of order for 1246. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 12 or House Bill 1246?
House Bill 1246, Representatives McCluskey and Puglisi, Senators Buckner and Will, concerning measures to support the in-demand career workforce and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remove my previous motion and move that we proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1008.
Previous motion was already adopted, but the current motion is in order. The motion is to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1008. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We're going to 1008. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1008?
House Bill 1008, Representatives Weissman, Senators Fields, and Hendrickson, concerning tax policies related to the accessibility of food and in connection therewith, requiring additions to Colorado taxable income amounts equal to the business mill's federal itemized deduction, creating a tax credit to support the Small Business Recovery and Resilience Grant Program, and making an appropriation.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1008 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Is there any discussion? Sure, Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee report made some changes to the appropriations that reduce the overall amount of funding necessary to support this program.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L011?
Amendment L011 by Senator Fields to amend Ray and Gross Bill, page 6, strike lines 20 and 21, and substitute section paragraph 1A for income tax
Senator
years
Hendrickson.
commencing on or after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Amendment L11.
Would you please move it?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L11.
To the amendment.
L11 increases the allowable credit to 85% for fiscal year 2024 to ensure that we're not adding money back into the general fund, that thus we're not just putting money back into Tabor and actually able to avoid hitting our Tabor limits while supporting this program.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the sponsors, just trying to run through the amendment. So I think it's, there was a 75% tax credit, I think, and the amendment is doing more than just changing it to 85%. I'm just trying to seek some clarification real quick.
We can take quick senatorial 5. Yep.
5 quickly.
Committee, I am hungry. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L011. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, that amendment is adopted. To the bill, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill, Senator Simpson. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm a little bit concerned about this because the grant program from House Bill 22-1280, it had one-time funds, and those funds from last year's Senate Bill 22-1380 haven't been distributed. So it seems a little premature to increase the program's funding before the last round of funding has even been doled out. If you haven't looked at this fiscal note, this is coming from the general fund, 1.3 million this year, 1.1 million in the next out year, and of course additional FTEs, which continues to grow government. I'm not real comfortable with that. I urge a no vote.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did hear this bill in finance last week, House Bill 23-1008, and I was opposed to the bill then. And look, I have a couple of amendments to offer, but let's take a little time and walk through the bill, because this is really, as the good senator from Grand Junction pointed out, this is an extension of an already existing grant program that we established in 23. That was really a reference to House Bill 22-1380. So I'd like to spend a little time talking about what House Bill 1380 did, because this is an extension of that. And 1380 was intended to be one-time grant funding, $7 million. And I'll talk through some of what was in 1380. In the legislative declaration, Colorado is ranked as one of the most expensive states to live in. On a scale of 1 to 50, with 50 meaning highest cost, Colorado ranks 48th for housing affordability and 36th for cost of living. Nutrition insecurity rates are at record highs in Colorado, and the rising cost of food exacerbates this. Today, 33% of Coloradans report some degree of food insecurity, up from less than 10% before the COVID-19 pandemic began. So that's what this bill, 10008, is crafted to try to help fill that gap. And look, I was a supporter of House Bill 1380 last year. Back to what was in 1380, long-standing disparities in access to healthy food have increased dramatically as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. 43% of non-white and Latino Coloradans now struggle to put food on the table, compared with 29% of white Coloradans. Again, part of my motivation, my district is dominated in that Hispanic Latino community. My family is as well. More than 250,000 Colorado households receive SNAP benefits. More than 60% of food retailers in Colorado that accept SNAP benefits are small, corner, or convenience stores. These stores often struggle to provide a balanced and healthy food section. Again, this is all preface to how this program, this benefit program, grant program, and tax credit program in 10008 was envisioned. In response to the COVID-19 public health emergencies, obstacles that small food retailers face in providing healthy, affordable food to local communities include a lack of financial resources for capacity building, such as updating technology, paying for pallet fees, and technical assistance with negotiating and contracting. To help bring down the cost of essential fresh and perishable food for their lower income households and to maximize the amount and quality of food they purchase, it's essential to assist small food retailers. Small food retailers tend to have higher prices for fresh and perishable foods compared to larger food retailers. Small food retailers face pallet break fees charged by distributors because they cannot meet minimum purchase quotas. Small food retailers also lack cold storage or other storage space to store higher quantities of perishable foods. And therefore, the General Assembly declares, we declare that it is in the best interest of Coloradans to establish a community food access program to improve access and lower prices for healthy foods, and particularly in low-income and underserved areas of the state, by supporting small food retailers with technical assistance, subsidies for pallet break, distribution, delivery, and other fees, and one-time grants to strengthen infrastructure. There are other parts of the bill from last year, but the important part of it is the establishment, effective September 1st of 2027, we establish a program. As part of the program, the department shall create and manage the Small Food Business Recovery and Resiliency Grant Program. The department shall award one-time grants not to exceed $25,000 out of the grant program to participating small food retailers and small family farms for, and this is a carry-on of what's in 1008. You can get these grant dollars for small food retailers and small family farms for assisting with the necessary costs of operating. That's pretty broad opportunity. There's opens up quite a window for funding of grant dollars. Purchasing costly equipment, again, that's a relative term. I would characterize most of what I purchase for my family farm operation as costly, including but not limited to cold storage, display shelving, and calibrated and certified produce scales. Very important. Provide accounting and book management support, and purchasing or updating point-of-sale systems or equipment to allow participating small food retailers to accept payment from any food incentive program. Again, this is what was in the bill last year, but this is what the bill this year intends to support and enhance further. Purchasing or updating, I said that, the Ag Department shall create an advisory committee consisting of no more than 7 members to assist with the grant program. The advisory committee may include, but need not be, limited to members that reflect community and nonprofit organizations that have experience relevant to subsection 4A of this section. Small food retailers, small family farms that are not applying for grant funding, an individual who has participated in a supplemental food assistance benefit program, and department staff with experience in grant making. The commissioner shall select the members of the advisory committee. The advisory committee's role is to make recommendations on and assist with the development of the grant application, a disbursement timeline for the grants, a rubric to evaluate grant applications, the evaluation of grant applications, and awarding grant money to eligible participants. The Department Advisory Committee shall award at least 30% of the grants to applicants located in rural areas. So the question came up during the Finance Committee about the development and where the process was for this advisory committee. How many grants have they distributed to date so far? After a year, approaching a year, the advisory committee has been formed. They've come together, but they haven't done the criteria that outline the things they're supposed to do just yet. So I think it's in this bill from last year about how much money was allocated to the program. It's actually in 2 parts. For the 22-23 state fiscal year, the General Assembly shall appropriate $1 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund created in Section 2475-228 to the Department, that one's for Human Services. Money spent this section, the Department of Human Services. So there was money in part of this deal for Human Services as well. And then the allocation of funding for the Department of Ag. The department shall comply take me just a minute to find where the funding was announced. There's $7 million allocated to the Department of Ag for this grant program. For the 22-23 state fiscal year, the General Assembly shall appropriate $1 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund to the department for the purposes of implementing that section, and that was to provide technical support to small food retailers who choose to participate in the consortium. So there's a whole section about development of a consortium. It's ironic we're talking about this, yeah. There is also $7 million for the Small Food Business Recovery and Resiliency Grant. So that allocation of appropriation of money was last year, and to date, so far this year, we've not expensed any of that, but we're going to propose legislation to create a program that extends that. That brings us to House Bill 23-1008. And in its legislative declaration, finds and declares, a recent survey found that 1 in 3 Coloradans are food insecure. That is lacking reliable access to nutritious food. In addition, more than 1 in 3 adults living with Colorado with children in addition, more than 1 in 3 adults living with children have reported regularly cutting back or skipping meals to allow their children to have enough to eat. Childhood hunger can have lifetime impacts, such as interfering with developmental and educational progress. Certain communities, including communities of color, seniors, and low-income Coloradans, are prone to higher than average rates of food insecurity. It's a problem in our state. And we've established a program. We set up a program and funded it last year to help close this gap and fill this need. Food security and housing security are closely related issues. Lots of discussion this year about housing security. Because both are basic needs that a family must account for, and the two can become competing priorities on a limited budget. That is, a family's ability to pay for their food is directly related to their ability to pay for their housing. And improving one will necessarily improve the other. Improving the capacity of existing small, local retailers to store and sell nutritious foods can improve access, lower prices, and reduce food insecurity, particularly for Colorado families most at risk of it, while keeping more of the proceeds of economic activity in the local community. I agree wholeheartedly. Again, I was supportive of the bill that's last year that created these programs, allocated money, made grants available, established an advisory board. We should make sure that that gets stood up and functioning well before we consider extending it beyond a one-time funding source. Improving the capacity of existing small local retailers store and sell nutritious food can improve access, lower prices, and reduce food insecurity, particularly for Colorado families most at risk. Expanding the number of retailers selling fresh produce may also create new market opportunities for Colorado agricultural producers. That strikes a chord and is very meaningful to me about how do you help build more successful, particularly smaller family farms.
Senator Simpson, I'm sorry to do this. I just want to make sure your comments are to L011, the amendment, which is about the tax increase, extending the tax piece, not the grant piece.
We're not on the bill, sir. You're on the bill.
Oh,
you are on the bill.
I'm sorry, I lost track of that. That's entirely my fault. Senator, you are absolutely in line, and I am out of line, and I will find myself $1 for that. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Therefore, the General Assembly determines that enacting this legislation to further supporting existing nutrition access efforts will improve access to nutritious food for Coloradans, assist small businesses, and foster Colorado's agricultural industry. Wonderful. Like to see that happen. To do this, there's a section here now about how you're going to fund this above and beyond the $7 million that we appropriated last year that we haven't spent yet. But coming up for income tax years commencing January 24, but before 31, an amount equal to a federal deduction claimed for a business meal pursuant to Section 274K of the Internal Revenue Code. That's how we're now proposing to fund the grant program. And that's what the amendment talked about, was really trying to limit, well, actually, they were going to spend more in each one of the grant applications to try to make sure we consumed all the extra revenue that this section of the bill will provide, because any excess that it provides above and beyond Tabor then just gets distributed however the body decides to distribute Tabor refunds going forward. So there's quite a section about net income of corporate legislative declaration, credit against tax, small food business recovery and resilient grant program. Again, that whole effort to capture what is an approved federal deductible tax deduction business expense. Colorado will say that it's not applicable anymore and then use that monies to fund the program. And the program, again, was set up to provide a consortium. Members of the consortium means any member of the Community Food Consortium, which we haven't established yet, for small food retailers and Colorado-owned and Colorado-operated farms created in Section 35(1)(117)(2)A. This is part of the definitions in this new program. A purchase price means the amount actually paid by the purchaser for the Small Food Business Recovery and Resilient Grant Program equipment, including charges for sales, tax, and freight, but not including any charges for assembly, installation, other construction services, or permit fees. A purchaser means a small food retailer or small family farm that purchases Small Food Business Recovery and Resiliency Grant Program. Here's an opportunity for some discussion. So small family farm has the same meaning as set forth in Section 35(1)(117)(8)D. So if you pull up statute 35(1)(117)(8)D, small family farm means a farm that is Colorado owned and Colorado operated and has an annual gross revenue below $350,000.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L13?
Amendment L013 by Senator Simpson, amend re-engrossed bill, page 6, starting lines 12 and 13, and substitute F, small family farm means a farm that is Colorado-owned and Colorado-operated, has an annual
Senator
gross
Simpson.
revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L013.
To the amendment.
So it's pretty simple. It changes or adds another criteria for the definition of a small family farm. Small family farm means a farm that is Colorado-owned and Colorado-operated, just like the other statute, has an annual gross revenue below $350,000, appreciate that, and has submitted a federal Schedule F to Form 1040 for at least 2 consecutive years prior to submitting a grant application. So if you're in the farming industry, on your federal income tax return, you have to file a Schedule F, profit or loss from farming and ranching. It's just a requirement that says if you're going to be a family farm and take advantage of the grant program, you actually have to demonstrate you have profit and loss from farming at least 2 years in advance of your grant application. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Let's make this available to true family farmers and ranchers that are actually experiencing profit and loss from farming activities. I ask for an aye vote on L013.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the senator for bringing this this amendment L013. But basically, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get food to people. We're not trying to create more barriers that interferes with small farmers trying to be able to make sure that their produce gets to retailers That's what we're trying to do here. And what we're doing here with this amendment is we're adding an unnecessary burden definition that's not required. We know that our farmers are struggling, and the majority of our farms are small, 84%. And now we have in this bill a definition that would kind of upset what we're trying to do. We don't need a new definition. This bill is trying to create a highway for small farmers to make their produce available to retailers. We're trying to grow business. And we're trying to make sure that we maximize the produce of a farmer, that retail, that product doesn't get lost or wasted. This is about access to food. And this amendment is about a definition. Vote no on this amendment.
Senatorial 5 granted. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. You know, I've run some Colorado Proud legislation since I've been at this Capitol when I was in the other chamber. You know, these kind of programs where they're Colorado programs should, for sure, utilize Colorado farmers whenever they can. I really like this amendment, the $350,000 benchmark on the Schedule F tax return, I do believe is a good one. So with that, I urge support for this amendment 013.
I believe I was the Senate sponsor for that Colorado Proud bill. Thank you. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And colleagues, I rise in support of Amendment 13. So Amendment 13 adjusts ever so slightly the existing definition of a small family farm. You might ask yourself, well, why do we want to adjust the definition of a small family farm? The answer is easy, because we're now creating a new taxpayer-funded grant program that allows these small family farms to collect up to $50,000. So there is, with this bill, with House Bill 1008, there is a new motivation, a new financial motivation that will not have existed before House Bill 1008 that says if you've got the ability to create for yourself something that might look like a small family farm, well, now's the chance for you to create that, because there's a lot of money on the line if you're able to meet this definition. And I think, as you heard from the Senator from Alamosa, that we don't believe, at least I don't think we believe, that just anybody should be able to come swoop in and start claiming disingenuously grant funding. I agree with the Senator from Aurora as far as what I think the bill intends to do, which is to get food to people. It's not to shovel taxpayer-funded grant money to organizations sort of masquerading as a small family farm. The existing statute book, I'm in Title 35, 1-117, defines already a small family farm as a farm that is, quote, Colorado-owned and Colorado-operated and has an annual gross revenue below $350,000. That's already in statute today. That is already how we define a small family farm, which is perfectly adequate before we start dangling this carrot of a $50,000 grant program to them. This is why I like Amendment 13 so much. It just says, okay, now that we know there's taxpayer-funded grant dollars on the line for you, let's make sure that you actually have been a farm. So if you read Amendment 13, small family farm means a farm that is, and this is mirroring existing statute, small family farm means a farm that is Colorado-owned and Colorado-operated, has an annual gross revenue below $350,000, and now the new language that would be introduced says, and has submitted a federal Schedule F to Form 1040 for at least 2 consecutive years prior to submitting a grant application. So we're not setting a new bar. We're not saying, well, before you didn't have to be Colorado-owned and now you do, or before you had to be Colorado-operated and now you do, or before you didn't used to have $350,000 in gross revenue and now you do. All of that, colleagues, is in existing statute today. This is a very reasonable amendment that just says you can't just have started this farm yesterday, maybe not even have plowed a field or planted a single crop. You can just declare yourself a family farm if you haven't filed this federal Schedule F that proves to the IRS that you actually are operating a family farm and that you have done so for at least 2 years. If we, in this bill, really want to use small family farms to help meet the goals of the bill, if we're sincere in wanting to do that, colleagues, is it too much to ask that you actually had a farm in this state for 2 years? Or do we want people just going up and buying land and saying, oh yeah, I was a farmer, I had a farm, I didn't prove it to the IRS, I didn't actually demonstrate it in a legitimate way, but I am now. Now give me the $50,000 grant money. I think that defeats the purpose of the intent of the bill. I do not believe that that's what the bill sponsors want. This seems extremely reasonable to me, and I would definitely encourage an aye vote on Amendment 13.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, living in rural Colorado does have its challenges. In committee, we did hear from several folks that really depend on food pantries to have access to food. This bill is about getting access to food to people who need it, and farmers that have access to their product, to getting it to retail space. This bill is about access to food and about access to space. Small farmers can provide their products to small businesses, retails. Not every community in rural Colorado has a Safeway or a King Soopers. Some of them rely on this retail space to be able to provide food for their community. This just gives them the opportunity to do that. And the program also puts into place things that a small farmer can use to help them grow their farm. By buying special equipment. This is going to help small farmers. This is not creating barriers. This is really about creating access to food. And we're spending our time on a definition. Now, this bill builds on another bill, which already has definition in it. And we're just trying to expand because we know people are still struggling with food insecurities. If you have a farm and there's a lot of apples on your farm, get it to a small retail, but give it to a family. Let's move the product. We don't need to be hung up on this definition because what we're trying to do is we're really trying to feed people in rural Colorado. That's what this bill is all about. And then it also provides an opportunity for these small farmers, they were online with us, to purchase special equipment that they need for their farms that ordinarily they would not probably afford to do so. So we're talking about semantics here, and I'm talking about creating access to food in rural Colorado. I'm voting and ask you to vote with me no on this amendment.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to disagree. You know, definitions are very important, and especially on a bill like this. I think we need to for sure have this amendment. That way it is crystal clear that the definition is what is in the amendment. And the Schedule F is very instrumental in proving that you are actually a farmer. So again, we need the definitions, and this is very, very important to the bill. So I'd ask for an aye vote on Amendment 013.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a great appreciation for the challenges in rural Colorado. In my communities, overwhelmingly, the number that have access to a Safeway or a King Soopers is minimal. By far, most of my community doesn't have ready access to a chain grocery store somewhere, and the mom and pop stores are dwindling rapidly. So I appreciate what we're trying to accomplish in the bill because I supported it last year. All I'm asking is that indeed definitions do matter. We can't define an orange as an apple or a cow as a horse. It's important that definitions matter, and my focus and interest is protecting and promoting Colorado small family farms and ranches. This is where, again, most of my community would fit in this category, and the bill just redefines, adds to the definition. It doesn't change the existing definition. It just puts an adder on there that to be characterized as a Colorado small family farm, you have to demonstrate you actually get profit and or loss from a farming operation, a Schedule F. Again, I ask for an aye vote on L013.
And I sponsored that bill with you last year, so thank you for that. And I will say, for those who are hungry, the soup dumplings are amazing. Highly recommend. We're talking about food. There's some great food outside in those food trucks. Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have food at my desk that I am not eating right now, and I assure you that it does not qualify as healthy under this bill. I appreciate the conversation that we're having around this. And I share the concern. I think it's a valid one. We want to ensure that we're helping small family farmers. That's the intention of this bill. It's the definition of this bill. There is definition in statute that gets to this. This amendment was not stakeholdered with the organizations that represent small family farmers, Rocky Mountain Farmers Union or Farm Bureau. It was not stakeholdered with CDA. I wish we could have had some of those conversations because I'd be willing to absolutely work in that space if there's a way that we can get the language better to ensure that we are getting at the supporting our small family farms, which is absolutely the intent of this bill. Having spoken to the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union and CDA, there is a concern that this would be too restrictive because it takes a few years for a farm that is starting up in earnest before they'll get to the Form F filing phase. And then you're going to have to be in a Form F filing phase for at least 2 years under this amendment. And the concern of CDA and the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union is that we will carve out small family farmers who are starting up and who could use support from this program, who could benefit from this program. And so I will ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I do think we need to be clear about this. So what you've heard is that this bill is about getting food to people. And part of that is accurate. Part of the bill is we're trying to get food to people. But a big part of the bill is that the grant program for the farms in order to get the food to people is also in the bill. Colleagues, if talking about small family farms was not part of the concept of House Bill 1008, then the bill sponsor should remove it and take it out. Since it's part of the bill, since we are defining that in order to receive the grant program, you have to be a small family farm as set forth in 35-1-117-8D, if we want small family farms to be the recipient of the grant program, and now there's more money for those small family farms, I don't think it's a stretch, colleagues, for us to assume that there are going to be more people showing up saying, I'm a small family farm. No, I'm a small family farm. And if we want small family farms to be the ones providing this food, which is what is in the bill, if we have a startup farm, colleagues, that hasn't grown anything, what are the odds that that farm is actually going to provide food to anybody? If you are a farm, the federal government requires that you file a Schedule F. If you are growing things, if you are raising things, if you are able as a farm to provide the food that you heard the good senator from Aurora talk about, they need to have proven to the IRS that they actually are a farm. That's all this amendment is asking for. That you can't just raise your hand and say, give me some government money because I intend to be a farm someday. I want to provide food to people who need it someday. That's not how I read this bill. And I would agree with the senator from Arapahoe County. The objective of the bill is to provide food to people. Well, a farm that's not growing anything or that's not raising anything is not bringing a lot of food to the people that this bill is trying to serve. This is a solid amendment and would very much encourage your aye vote.
Speak of small family farming, and Senator Sonnenberg will appear. Welcome to the chamber, Senator. It's good to have you in person and not just on video riding a tractor. Welcome. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. we're talking about small family farmers, and they were consulted on this bill. The organizations that most represent small family farmers in the state are supportive of this bill. That's Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, that's the Colorado Farm Bureau. And we have language in statute already that defines what a small family farm is. That came years ago during discussions with those groups as well. So if there is concern, again, I would have been happy to have this discussion. I'm still happy to have this discussion if that's the intent. But upon conversing with those organizations that most represent family farmers, they are convinced, and through those conversations, so am I, that we would be cutting out small family farmers, specifically those who absolutely are farms, who are in the early stages of their existence as a business. And I think that we need to talk about that framework because I come from a trucking industry. The last company I worked for had existed in southern Colorado for 3 months at the time that I started working for them. Small trucking company. Nobody would deny that we were a trucking company. Nobody would, I think, say that having been here for just over a year, that I'm not a legitimate senator. We have farms in existence under the statute, under the definition as it exists right now, that should not be excluded from this.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill is not about trying to say that we want to catch people committing fraud or whatever the situation was, looking at people who would want to access this opportunity to get food to people and to families and to small retailers, that they would be doing something unethical or they're going to be undermining the whole situation. This is not about this. This is not about that. It's not about catching somebody doing something wrong. It's about providing food. This is about just being good government, being a Samaritan for those who are hungry. If you have a product and there's an opportunity for you to feed a family, a child, feed the family. This is not about, I got you, we want to look for an opportunity to punish you. There's already an infrastructure. We already passed the bill to create a pathway for retailers to have access to some of these small farmers to be able to sell those products in their stores. And most of these small retailers, their clientele are already on SNAP. There is a high sense of urgency. When you're hungry now. And the product is available now. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to feed people. We're trying to feed Colorado families and improving the capacity of what is being produced by these farmers, getting it to the small retailers, so the retailers can then give that to the citizens and the neighbors in their area. This is really about feeding people and then helping that farmer with additional supplies and equipment that they might need. That's what they asked for. And this bill will provide them this opportunity, and we're trying to debate the meaning of a farm. We're spending a lot of time on the definition of a family farm when we should be talking about the definition of what it's like to be hungry. Is there a definition? Do we know what hungry looks like? Because it just doesn't happen. Hunger is all over the place. You might look like you have a lot, but you could still be hungry and need food. We see people all around this Capitol begging for food. and no one's asking for a definition of what hunger looks like. Once again, vote no on this amendment. This is about access to food and space.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a bit of a correction about filing a Schedule F. It doesn't take farmers a period of time to grow. If you follow tax code, if you buy or sell a commodity, a calf, a steer, if you're raising apples and selling them, to follow tax code, the year you do that is the year you have to file your first Schedule F. You don't have to build a history before required to file a Schedule F for profit and loss of farming. Just a point of clarity.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do, of course, acknowledge that the 10,000-foot level of the bill is dealing with hunger and feeding people. But in short, what the bill actually is, when you read it, is tax policy. That's why it didn't go to the Health Committee. It didn't go to any of the many other committees that it could have gone to. It came to the Finance Committee. And that is because what we're dealing here is tax policy. Reading the bill, it reads things like this: for income tax years commencing on or after January 1st, 2024, but before January 1st, 2025, any purchaser, blah, 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 is allowed a tax credit against a tax imposed equal to 85% of the purchase price of the relevant small business. So, as you read through the bill, it actually is dealing entirely with tax policy. Nearly entirely with tax policy, and that's why we're having questions about things like this. So, if we're now allowing 85% of the purchase price of equipment for these folks, how does that factor in? So we can ask questions like, hey, the federal government gives farmers this, the state government gives this. What happens when we tell farmers, or when we tell people that the taxpayer of Colorado will pay 85% of any new equipment you purchase? That's a tax policy question that we should be willing to debate here in the well and at least get clarity on. So while I acknowledge the bill sponsor's argument that it is largely about helping feed people in the state of Colorado, there's clearly also open for debate and discussion the tax policy that we are trying to implement with House Bill 1008.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to make sure we're communicating clearly on this, because I'm struggling that we don't appear to have sponsor support for a very simple amendment. So just to take a step back, we're still on the amendment, just so you know, Mr. Chair. It's just going to take me a sec to get back there. I'd ask you, first of all, if you're interested at all. If you're not interested, then just ignore what I'm saying. But if you're interested in wanting to know whether or not this is good policy, this amendment, which is being offered, I would say, very much in good faith, look at your introduced bill and read the title and compare it to the re-engrossed bill, because the title changed tremendously. So we went from concerning, as the senator from Douglas County mentioned, concerning tax policies, that's what this bill is about, concerning tax policies related to the accessibility of food and in connection therewith requiring additions to the Colorado taxable income in amounts equal to the business meals federal itemized deduction, providing funding for the Small Business Recovery and Resilience Grant Program, creating a tax credit for certain purchases eligible for that grant program, and providing funding for the Healthy Eating Program incentives. That's long, right? 10 lines. Now we've got something much shorter in the re-engrossed bill concerning tax policies related to the accessibility of food and connection therewith, requiring additions to the Colorado income tax, to Colorado taxable income in amounts equal to business meal federal itemized deduction, creating a tax program, a tax credit to support the Small Business Recovery and Resilience Grant programs, and making appropriation. So now what we're seeing in the re-engrossed bill is no longer any reference whatsoever to providing funding for the healthy eating program incentives. That is now gone once you look at the re-engrossed bill, which to me is now focusing on, yes, this is a tax credit, a tax policy related to the accessibility of food, but we are now focusing on creating a tax credit to support the Small Business Recovery and Resilience Grant Program. So this bill is tangentially now related to the accessibility of food, but that's really not what the bill is about anymore. Certainly not the re-engrossed bill. The re-engrossed bill is about tax policies to support small business recovery and resilience. That, colleagues, is what this bill is about now. Not completely unrelated to food accessibility, but no longer about food accessibility. We are now talking about small business recovery and resilience. And if you are a small farm and have been a small farm and you have been providing food, as the senator from Alamosa mentioned, whether it was calves, apples, grain, you have been required to file Schedule F. It's not optional. You heard the senator from Pueblo County mention, well, it's undeniable that we're senators. Well, according to the IRS, it's very deniable if you never filed a tax return showing the colossal amount of income that you earned by being a state senator. If you did not file your tax returns, I would say the IRS would absolutely argue, and one of you is going to win and one of you is going to lose, whether or not you're really a state senator. Because if you are and you never filed your Form 1040, I would say you're in hot water. You prove to the government, through the chair, of course, you prove through the government that you are a state senator by reporting that income on Form 1040. And if you didn't, I would argue you're in pretty big trouble, unless you negotiated some kind of extension that I've never been able to negotiate. Proving your income is hardly controversial, colleagues. I'm pretty confident, actually, that we all do that we all file 1040. And if you have another business outside of here, maybe you're filing a Schedule C. And one thing's for sure, if you had a farm that was in operation and therefore should be considered as eligible for the Small Business Recovery and Resilience Grant Program, which is what House Bill 1008 is all about, then I don't think it's very much to ask to say that you actually have been a small family farm. I don't understand what's so controversial here. If you want to start up a farm next year, what are you doing to actually provide food accessibility today and to be entitled to this grant program today? If you haven't even done anything that proves to the IRS that you're operating as a farm. This seems so pedestrian and so simple that I would hope that the sponsors could reconsider and encourage an aye vote on this very logical, very sound amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L13 is lost. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the dialogue and the conversation about the definition of a small family farm. There are a number of other definitions that need probably lengthy debate, but I think I'll refrain from that. It talks about small food business recovery and resilient grant program equipment, small food retailer, but I'll carry on with the bill. So the bill is really set up to establish food consortiums and give them tax incentives, particularly tax credits for establishing themselves and being that mechanism to help provide food in those really needy places. And then the second part of it is about small family farms and that can produce the food to get it to the consortium, to get it to the place where it's most in need. So there's reference here about this consortium. Any member of the food consortium is allowed a credit against the tax imposed by this Article 22, an amount equal to 75% of the amount certain spent by the member of the consortium on completing its duties and responsibilities, minus any amount awarded to the member of the consortium pursuant to this section for the completion of its duties and responsibilities. And any purchaser of small food, business recovery and resiliency grant program equipment is allowed, again, a credit against the tax imposed by this Article 22 in an amount equal to 75% of the purchase price of the relevant small food business recovery and resiliency grant program equipment, minus the amount of any grant awarded under the small food business recovery and resiliency grant program for the purchase of the same small food business recovery and resiliency grant program equipment. So there are opportunities, again, for tax credits and grants. Again, reminder, we appropriated $7 million last year, $1 million towards the food consortium and $6 million towards the recovery and resiliency grant program. The credit allowed pursuant to this section is for the income tax year in which a member of the consortium spent an amount certain on completing its duties and responsibilities, or a purchaser purchases the relevant small food business recovery and resilience grant program equipment. A member of the consortium or a purchaser of small food business recovery grant program equipment may submit an application to the Department of Agriculture for the issuance of a letter of eligibility for a tax credit certificate allowed in this section by the deadlines established in the rules promulgated by the Department of Agriculture. So there's still, remember, they got the board put together late last year, early this year, so they still have to promulgate the rules to advance the program. The application must include a certification that the applicant is either a purchaser who is a small food retailer or a small family farm that purchased small food business recovery and resiliency grant program equipment, or a member of the consortium that spent an amount certain on completing its duties and responsibilities, and detailed information regarding the purchase price, an itemized total of the amount certain that would be spent by a member of the consortium, and then if the Department of Agriculture determines that the application filed pursuant to this section, subsection of this section is complete, the Department of Agriculture shall determine whether the applicant would qualify for the credit allowed pursuant to this section if the applicant made the purchase described in the application and the Department of Agriculture had not issued a tax credit certificate in excess of a total of $10 million for the income tax year. $10 million worth of income tax credits for the program. If the Department of Ag approves the application, the department shall issue a letter of eligibility to the applicant that indicates the amount of tax credit that the purchaser or member of the consortium could claim for the specified income tax year if they were to make the purchase described in the application. And if the Department of Agriculture has not issued a tax credit certificate, again, in excess of a total of $10 million for the income tax year, then a member of the consortium or a purchaser of small food business recovery grant program equipment shall submit an application to the Department of Agriculture for the issuance of a tax credit certificate allowed in this section by the deadlines established in the rules promulgated by the Department of Agriculture. Again, those are still forthcoming. A certificate that the applicant is either a purchaser who is a small food retailer who we want to help, or a small family farm. If it's a Colorado small family farm that's demonstrated they're in the farming business, that they purchased the small food business recovery and resilient grant program equipment, or a member of the consortium that spent an amount certain on completing its duties and responsibilities, and once again, detailed information regarding the purchase price incurred by a purchaser of small food business recovery and resilience grant grant program equipment and the date that the purchase was made for. I'm sorry, that the purchase was made, or an itemized total of the amount certain spent by a member of the consortium on completing its duties and responsibilities, and the date or dates that the member of the consortium spent the amounts. Remember, there's this consortium that really helps fill the gap between the producers and the markets. If the Department of Agriculture determines that the application filed pursuant to subsection 5A of this section is complete, the Department of Agriculture shall determine whether the applicant qualifies for the credit allowed pursuant to this section. If the Department of Agriculture approves the application, the Department of Agriculture shall issue a tax credit certificate to the applicant that indicates the amount of the tax credit that the purchaser or member of the consortium may claim for the specified income tax year. Here's a key note though, except that the total amount of the tax credit certificate issued by the Department of Agriculture in a given income tax year must not exceed, once again, a total of $10 million. The Department of Agriculture shall issue tax credit certificates allowed in this section in order that accords with the rules promulgated by the Department of Agriculture. The Department of Ag shall review and approve or disapprove an application filed pursuant to subsection 5A of this section within a reasonable time, not to exceed 90 days after the filing of a completed application. To claim the income tax credit allowed pursuant to this section, the purchaser or member of the consortium shall attach a copy of the tax credit certificate to its state income tax return. No tax credit is allowed pursuant to this section unless the purchaser or member of the consortium provides a copy of the tax credit certificate with its filed state income tax return. The amount of the credit that the purchaser or member of the consortium may claim pursuant to this section is the amount stated on the tax credit certificate. Perfect. In a sufficiently timely manner to allow the Department of Revenue to process returns claiming this new income tax credit allowed pursuant to this section, the Department of Ag shall provide the Department of Revenue with an electronic report of each purchaser or member of the consortium that the Department of Agriculture approved for the income tax credit allowed pursuant to this section for the preceding calendar year that includes the following information: the taxpayer's name and the taxpayer's social security number, Colorado account number, or federal employee identification number. So just trying to highlight again, we set up a grant program last year that we haven't issued a single dollar's worth of grant funding to yet. Now we want to set up a tax credit system to incentivize this above and beyond the grant program. If a credit authorized in this section exceeds the income tax due on the income of the member of the consortium or the purchaser for the taxable year, the excess credit may not be carried forward and is refundable to the member of the consortium or purchaser. That's not unheard of, but it is a little unique in Colorado that you actually get to, if the credit exceeds your obligation, you don't lose that. You actually get that refunded to you. The Department of Agriculture and the Department of Revenue may promulgate rules in accordance with Article 4 of Title 24 as may be necessary to effectuate the purposes of this section. So that'll be an interesting rule setting in the Department of Agriculture. And uniquely and appreciative, section is repealed effective December 31st, 2035. So we set the program up last year, appropriated funds, and have an opportunity. I think this aligns very well that we will repeal this. It does have a repeal date of 2035. The next part of the bill talks about the Community Food Access Program we've been talking about. Its duties and responsibilities, grant program, funding, reporting duties. Money spent pursuant to this subsection must conform with the allowable purposes set forth in the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. That's important. Those federal dollars that we set aside for this program have some U.S. Treasury Department obligations. It has to be committed by December 31st of 2024, and it has to be expensed by December 31st of 2026. The department shall either spend or obligate such appropriation prior to the December 30, 2024, and expend the appropriation on or before December 31, 2026. That's for all those ARPA fund dollars that we appropriated last year. As part of the program, the department shall create and manage the Small Food Business Recovery and Resiliency Grant Program. We've been talking about that. The department shall award originally one-time grants. Now it says the department shall award grants not to exceed, originally was $25,000 out of the program. This bill changes that grant program from $25,000 to $50,000 to participating small food retailers and family farms. The department may award the owner of a small food retailer or small family farm one such grant, $50,000 now, not $25,000, such grant each calendar year for every small food retailer or small family farm owned by the owner. The department shall award these grants for 22-23 fiscal year. This fiscal year, the General Assembly, this is where we did this, shall appropriate $7 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund to the department for the purposes of implementing this section. Money percent, this is in the bill, but a repeat, money spent pursuant to this subsection must conform with allowable purposes set forth in the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The department shall either spend or obligate such appropriation prior to December 30, I bet that's a typo, probably prior to December 31, 2024, and expend the appropriation on or before December 31st, 2026. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise require, here's a small food retailer means an independent or nonprofit managed, Colorado owned and Colorado operated small food retail business defined as a food retailer with less than, we've changed this standard as well, there was less than 5,000 square feet of retail space. We've adjusted that now under this bill to 10,000 square feet of retail space that carries at least 3 categories of federally defined staple food as described in the Federal Food and Nutrition Act of 2008. And the federal enhancing retailer standards in the SNAP program, and be located in or provide food to local, state, or federally defined low-income, low-access neighborhoods. Good place to focus these efforts in a much-needed space. But I will talk briefly and
Brevity is appreciated. For an amendment coming to the desk. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L 14?
Amendment L014 by Senator Simpson, amend
Senator
re-engross
Simpson.
bill line.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L014.
To the amendment.
Colleagues, this is pretty simple. We set up a program last year. We established a grant program. The department shall award originally one-time grants not to exceed $25,000 out of the grant program to again, the small food retailers and the small family farms. The new bill make it not one time, one per year till the bill repeals, but raise it to $50,000. Again, think of a small family farm having less than $350,000 of revenue. We're going to plug in up to a $50,000 grant. And again, we haven't set up the program, taken applications, defined what this looks like. I'm offering an amendment to put the $50,000 change, put it back to what was in the original bill from last year of $25,000. We don't know what this looks like yet. We don't think we have a good appreciation for how many small family farms there are. I would like to see us actually get the program stood up and functioning, and then come back and seek a potential increase of the total grant amount. I ask for an aye vote on L014.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do really appreciate this amendment. I'm going to ask for support of this amendment. This program hasn't even spent a single dollar yet. I think we're getting the cart before the horse right here. And so I think this is an appropriate amendment. Let's make sure this thing is going to do what it's intended to do before we start throwing out even more money. So I'm in full support of 014 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The $50,000 threshold was what was requested by the Department of Agriculture to ensure that we can support the recipients in the grants from last year. I ask for a no on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of L014? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, we're expanding an existing program that we haven't even really got off the ground yet. And we're going to fund this program, this new program, through a new revenue stream. We're going to take existing federally recognized and qualified tax deductions in the business space and disallow them for Colorado applicants and use that new revenue stream to fund the program. And there was an amendment earlier that recognized if we collect more of those federally qualified deductions in more revenue in Colorado in a year where we have a Tabor refund, all we're doing is taking money from those Colorado taxpayers, putting it in a Tabor, and then figuring out where, however this body usually decides where those Tabor refunds are going to go. I find that problematic. I think if we're going to do this, and again, I supported the bill. Yeah. Did you do a vote on? We didn't vote. Oh.
We are still on L014.
Then we should take a vote on L014.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L014. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. That amendment is lost. To the bill. Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 1008? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to the bill. So again, how the bill is constructed and funded is through, again, a federally recognized tax deduction that generates revenue to support not just the original grant program, the $7 million, but also, again, the tax income or the tax credit mechanism, the 75% of the expenditure as a new state income tax credit. I think that's problematic for Coloradans to function that way, for Colorado taxpayers.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L016?
Amendment L016 by Senator Simpson, amendment Rain, Gross Bill, Page
Senator
3, strike.
Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So L016 is just the mechanism that takes that funding out of this bill. It says we're not going to take federally recognized tax deductions and disallow them in Colorado to generate a revenue stream over the next 5 years to fund this program, particularly on top of, again, the fact of we appropriated $7 million last year and haven't expensed the first dollar of that yet. I think it's inappropriate. Let's get the grant money dispersed, see how the program works, find out how many applicants there are, how many small family farms are interested, how many small retailers, given the new criteria, about 10,000 square feet of space versus 5. Let's get this stood up and operational before we expend millions of dollars, tax dollars in this space without really, again, a bit of the cart before the horse. I ask for an aye vote on L016.
Senator Henriksen, and then Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask for a no vote on this. This upends the entire funding mechanism of this program and makes it unsustainable and renders it a moot point. So I would ask for a no on the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to speak in favor of this amendment. I spoke at the very beginning when this bill came up on the floor. It just seems inappropriate. It seems premature to be spending this kind of money when no money has been spent yet, and there's $7 million sitting there, and you want to add not only funds to this, but you want to add this year 3.2 full-time employees, next year additional 4.6, however you get to 0.6, and the out year after that 4.3. This is a complete outrageous thing that we're doing, spending this kind of money when $7 million is already sitting there. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L016. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1008. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I call Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 is granted.
people.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1032.
The motion is to proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1032. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We will take up 1032. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1032 and the Judiciary Report.
Move into your own bill. To the Judiciary Report.
Thank you. Colleagues, in the Judiciary...
Sorry, hold on. I did not have... will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1032?
House Bill 1032, Representatives Ortiz and Senators Rodriguez concerning civil action remedy provisions for civil rights violations of persons with disabilities.
One senatorial, 5, and I forget everything. Sorry about that. Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1032 of the Judiciary Report.
To the Judiciary Report.
In the Judiciary Report, we did a small technical amendment to clarify a word that wasn't consistent in the bill. It was very technical and didn't change any of the policy.
Is there any further discussion of the very technical Judiciary Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of that report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. Senator Rodriguez, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill cleans up the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act, or the CADA, by putting in the public business disability discrimination prohibitions into Part 8 with the public entity disability discrimination provisions. It also clarifies for courts that exhaustion through CCRD is not necessary, which is in line with the original intent of 24-34-602, subsection 3. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1032. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1263.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1263. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We will proceed out of order for that bill. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1263?
House Bill 1263, Representatives Garcia and Young, Senators Zenzinger and Gonzalez concerning translating individualized education programs for children who may be eligible for special education services.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Remove House Bill 1263 and the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made an amendment that made it clear that this was not a brand new unfunded mandatory mandate, but in fact an optional program that will assist parents and their families.
Is there any further discussion of the optional change done in the Education Committee? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I really like this bill. I think it's a really good bill. Hopefully, everyone's looking at it now. Oh, and I'll get to the punchline. I wasn't really prepared because when you call to Senatorial 5, I thought I had 3 hours. But apparently, I didn't. So anyways, I am voting for 1263, and I'm going to tell you why. This is about translating individualized education programs, IEPs, for kids. So over the course of the last 2 years, I've been working very diligently with the good senator from Arvada to ensure that we have enough resources for special education students. Remember, this is the one where back in 2006, the General Assembly made a promise to kids, promised to teachers, and said, we're going to fund special education tier A at $1,250 per student in addition to the per pupil funding. And if they were in tier B, they would get up to, or they were supposed to get $6 million worth of funding. And since that time, we've been working very diligently to ensure that we actually kept our promise. And this year, well, actually last year, we were able to pass a bill that increased funding for tier A, got it from $1,250 per student up to $1,750 per student, plus inflation that starts this next year. So we're going to keep up with inflation because it makes sense that after 15 years, we would give them a boost, and then we would start saying how we're going to keep up with inflation. But this year we were able to get past Senate Bill 99. And when we were at the Joint Budget Committee, and we did talk some about Senate Bill 99, which gives almost $40 million to the SPED, to the Special Education Fund, for Tier B, which would get them to the $6,000. But when we were having this discussion, one of our colleagues from the House came in and started talking about the translating needs that were necessary out there for these kids that are having IEPs. And she asked for $500,000, which you're probably wondering why on on House Bill 1263 we don't have $500,000 in here in appropriation. It's because we discussed it at the Joint Budget Committee, and then the good senator from Arvada, realizing the way that we transfer money, that there wasn't a line item, that there wasn't a program, that she went ahead and put it into the School Finance Act, which we just agreed to today. It came out of our Senate committee, out of our Senate, unanimously. So that's a good deal. So again, this translating individualized education programs, so translating IEPs, I hope you're looking at this because it is extremely important. This bill requires local education providers to translate individual education plans. And I want you to think about which student, which child needs an individual education plan. They're children that just need that boost, that need that additional resource to help them get the education that they deserve. So this bill, translating individualized education programs, again, would allow us to use that $500,000 that was put into the school finance, put into a special line for them, be used for translating individual education plans to the primary language spoken in the home of the special education student. I didn't want this bill to go by without us recognizing the importance of this bill. It would require local education providers to consider the students' specific communication needs when developing their individualized education plan. We were excited about this bill, excited about this program, this idea that came forward to us, again, by Representative Garcia when she brought it to the Joint Budget Committee. I'm excited now because we got it into the School Finance Act, thanks to the good senator from Arvada. And here we are talking about it, and we are going to do something in this state that's very positive, which again helps to translate those individual education plans to the primary language spoken in the home of the special education student. I urge very strongly, and I vote on 1263. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1263. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes overwhelmingly have it, and that bill is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1234.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1234. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and we will proceed with House Bill 1234. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1234?
House Bill 1235, Representative Brown and Sobers. House Bill 1234, Representatives Brown and Soper, Senators Roberts and Will, concerning the streamlined solar permitting and inspection grant program and in connection with making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1234.
And the Appropriations Committee report?
The Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report. Is there any discussion? Senator Roberts.
No, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the appropriation.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. That report is adopted. 1234. Any discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1234. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and 1234 is adopted. And I don't get to say that again this year.
Good bill.
Senatorial 5. On we go. Thank you. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for consideration of House Bill 1036.
The motion is to proceed out of order with the consideration of House Bill 1036. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We will proceed out of order for 1036. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1036?
House Bill 1036, Representative McLaughlin, Senator Cutter, concerning measures designed to encourage the use of non-toxic bullets for hunting and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1036 and the appropriations report.
There is no appropriations report to the bill.
Oh, that's true. Thank you. So this bill just creates a voluntary, emphasize, two-year pilot program offering hunters who meet the requirements to obtain a voucher to offset any price difference between the purchase of traditional lead and that of non-lead ammunition. And it further calls for educating hunters and the public about the health and environmental benefits of non-toxic ammunition. Because it turns out that spent lead ammunition can have an incredibly detrimental effect on human health, wildlife, and the environment. According to the CDC, there is absolutely no safe level of lead. Scientists with expertise in lead and environmental health have concluded the overwhelming scientific evidence on the toxic effects of lead on human and wildlife health. So this is particularly dangerous for women who are pregnant, children under 6 years of age, to not eat meat harvested with lead ammunition. Really, really important. So, hunters often leave behind unwanted game byproducts as well that are contaminated with lead fragments, and then they're ingested by scavenger species, causing them to be sick, become sick or die. So this is just a problem for lots of animals and people. And in addition, just an interesting fact is that it only takes a piece of lead the size of a grain of rice to kill an eagle. So and recent surveys revealed that half of all bald and golden eagles in the lower 48 states are suffering from some level of lead poisoning caused by ingesting this tainted meat. So it's a pretty simple bill, just a voluntary program and some education, and I would ask for your aye support, your aye vote.
For the voluntary program, further discussion. Yeah. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this in committee, and I was a no vote, and I appreciate the fact that it is a voluntary program. But I just would like to go into why lead is used when you're trying to use them for hunting. And this is for big game. I reload my own ammunition for my rifles. It makes me more accurate when you reload your ammunition. But the reason why is that we use the lead in those bullets is because that lead balls up when it hits the animal and it's able to take down the animal. If you didn't have the lead and it went through and through, that animal could run off and then there's a chance you'll never find it. But I don't have to go into any more detail than that because I think that the good senator from Newcastle is going to talk about a little bit of that as well. But I do appreciate that this is voluntary, and I appreciate the good senator from Jefferson County bringing this. But I will say that I was a no vote, and I'll be a no vote again today, but that is why we use the lead in the ammunition. So thank you, and I ask for a no vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the good senator from Jefferson County, for bringing this bill. I heard this bill also in committee, and I am a no vote, continue to be a no vote. We hear numbers thrown out all the time. We just heard some about how at least half of the eagles in the lower 48 have some form of lead poisoning. I have not seen any report like that, or don't even know how that could be substantiated. I would hazard a guess there are way more eagles probably killed by wind generation than even is thought of dying from lead poisoning. So I think we need to sit back, take a long look at the whole picture, the big picture, and, leave the hunters alone. People that are here to try to do good for people, even though they don't ask for it, I have a hard time with, and this bill, in my opinion, does just that. So I was a no in committee. I will continue to be a no, and I'd urge a no vote.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I will not fine you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. On the second readings, aren't we? Anyway, I do want to thank the good senator from Jefferson County for this bill. I know this bill has been around for a while, and there was I appreciate the work that's been done on it, because in its first form, I was really opposed to it, and I have to tell you that I was talking to my old compadres with CPW when this bill was floating around about the non-toxic bullets and the exchange program. They were panicking about it. Said, look, we don't have time to deal with this, and people bringing in ammo and exchanging it. So you have made the bill better. Thank you, Senator from Jefferson County, because it has, making it a pilot program and a non-toxic bullet replacement program that allows hunters to exchange. It gives them a choice, and I like that. I think that's great. So they can do their hunting rounds and have exchange them for their lead bullets, for non-lead bullets. I'll get into a little bit of how that works and if that's a good thing or not a good thing. And then also reloading of a muzzleloader with lead bullets versus non-lead bullets is that gets a little trickier, especially in muzzleloaders. And when you start talking about velocities, muzzle velocities out at 100 yards, velocities out to 200 yards. I'll talk a little bit about foot-pounds of energy and the ability to take animals, especially big game animals, with lead versus non-lead. And the bill sets standards for taking advantage of the program, and the CPW will be they're the ones that's directed to designate, they're the entity that's designated to handle this. And they're, according to the bill, they're to educate the public about the benefits of non-toxic bullets. I think that's a good thing. Education's always the way to go. That's why I think this pilot program is a correct way to approach it, is because it's educating the public and giving them a choice. And then the other part of this bill is that the CPW is to publicize the program. That includes in the hunting brochures, which I have to say, without this bill, that's already in the hunting brochures. But so that education has already taken place without this bill. But at the same time, you know, on the cpw.state.co, et cetera, on the website, it's also on there. But this bill just, I guess, reinforces what's already happening with that. The, you know, and it's kind of interesting, and I stole this from the good senator from El Paso, but you know, he said, I thought all bullets were toxic, and that's kind of correct. So what you're shooting at, especially when it comes to big game hunting and the hunting, this has been done with waterfowl. As everyone knows, anyone that's a sportsman in this state that's been dealing with this, lead for waterfowl hunting, we already have steel shot. Now, have our hunters become accustomed to the steel shot? Yes, they have. There's that was more with the waterfowl situation, and I know the good senator mentioned eagles in secondary poisoning, which is also correct, and especially with waterfowl, because obviously our eagles take quite a few waterfowl. So this has been done in the waterfowl hunting industry. There's some issues with steel shot. Obviously, steel doesn't compress like lead does. You get, sometimes you have a very expensive shotgun that you can get ring bulge in the barrel because steel shot, when it's going out, will dam up, cause ring bulge in a shotgun barrel. Doesn't really affect the performance of the gun after that happens. It is truly cosmetic, but if you have a multiple $1,000 shotgun, you don't want that the cosmetic part of that to be hurt as well. But I have to tell you, when it all went down, people in the sportsman world did not like the steel shot with waterfowl. They've learned to use steel shot, and those that know shotgun shooting, steel shot gives you a tighter pattern, and it has a much shorter shot string than lead. So, and in the shot string, the pattern's this, the shot string is this. So when you're shooting at a passing waterfowl or whatever, what you could actually hit and take in hunting opportunities with lead is you have a much higher percentage of hitting with lead than you do steel. But as lots of my friends and people I know and sportsmen I know have learned with the steel shot that you have a shorter shot string, you have a tighter pattern, and they've learned to shoot it. The reason I bring that up is the difference between a hunting round out of a rifle versus a shotgun. With the rifle, you're shooting out at distances, obviously there's long range shooters and everything else now that shoot out beyond 1,000 yards, but for the average hunter, especially in the state of Colorado, probably 400 yards is the type of shot that you're going to be taking. And I'll get to that a little later, but and the division on the non-toxic on this pilot program, they're going to cooperate and collaborate with one or more willing non-governmental entities to design and promote a 2-year non-toxic bullet pilot program that allows individuals to satisfy the requirements of the program to receive vouchers. I think that's a good thing, the vouchers that offset the cost of purchasing hunting rounds that have non-lead bullets. Focusing on areas where the exposure of wildlife populations to spent lead bullets is of special or potential concern. That goes back to the waterfowl hunting. Out here in southeast Colorado, Two Buttes is one of the premier waterfowl hunting areas that was chosen because there is so much shooting there. It was one of them, it was like a pilot program to require steel shot on some of those areas like that. So I've spent a career doing this. I can't think of a focusing on an area where the exposure of wildlife populations to spent lead bullets would be a problem other than at a shooting range. Sometimes we have, and we've heard issues from shooting ranges, and I would ask the good senator from Jefferson County if that isn't maybe a focus on shooting ranges, but because there is concern about water quality, different things around shooting ranges and drainages. But let me explain to you, for those that don't know, lead is not water soluble, so it's not an issue, and it's not an issue with water supplies. So that is a question I do have for the good senator about those focusing on areas with exposure of spent lead bullets is of a special or potential concern. I would like to hear where those are at. And then the other part is the division shall work with one or more willing non-governmental entities to determine the scope of the pilot program. That I think is good. The scope is, I think the scope of this program is critical. And then the division cooperate with other government entities to develop and distribute educational materials. Like I say, that's already been done. This pilot program really doesn't benefit that. And it's going to be doing this program statewide. Obviously, that's a good thing. And then to identify range space for public demonstrations. That's at our shooting ranges. We have multiple CPW-sponsored shooting ranges around the state, as well as many counties. There's Boy Scout ranges. There's private ranges. There's a multitude of firearm shooting ranges around the state, so we can identify that range space for public demonstrations. When waterfowl went to steel shot, I actually went right down here, just east of Denver, to a Rosser shooting. So that was a demonstration about the use of steel shot and how it performed. It was a 3-day clinic, and I can see this also working with these bullets. Do educational activities and offer those activities at a specified range, especially with long range shooting, and people are starting to shoot further and further. They develop their own loads. They have their own, bullet velocities. They check for wind. They know the performance of the bullet. They know the performance of the gun, and also take in this into the hunting, into the outdoor world as well. When you're, especially bighorn sheep hunting, Rocky Mountain goat hunting, elk hunting, deer hunting, and so promoting the use of these bullets, whether they're lead or non-toxic, I always promote for sportsmen to use the ranges, know their firearm, know their capabilities, and so they can make a skilled shot and a killing shot. Obviously, we don't want game wounded. I'll get into that a little bit with these with lead bullets versus the non-toxic bullets as far as bullet performance and how that affects our hunting population and our sportsmen, as well as the game that we're pursuing, and the fair chase and the take of our very special wildlife resource that we have in the state. So it also says that the division is going to cooperate and collaborate with willing non-governmental entities to collect the results of the pilot program. I think that's a good thing in the bill. Report those results, including data on the participation rates. There, I think the participation rates, along with any new program, that's probably going to be very limited. But we'll get that reported back to us, to the commission, and not the legislature, but to the commission, and they'll post that publicly so it's accessible to any legislator or any concerned Coloradan about that. And then the division, meaning CPW, shall designate a qualified entity as determined by the division, and that's to educate hunters. We're talking about that, and the benefits of using non-toxic bullets in hunting. So yeah, there are some benefits as well as drawbacks, and then that they'll publicize the non-toxic bullet pilot program, including the hunting brochures and the website, as I already spoke about. I think and then the commission, meaning the Parks and Wildlife Commission. In fact, we had one of the Parks and Wildlife Commissioners joining us here on the Senate floor today, Mr. Redding, and he's with the Butterfly Pavilion. He was actually in the chamber. As most of you know, we voted on his confirmation right here on the Senate floor, and he joined us here today. But so going back to the pilot program and that the commission is gonna promulgate the rules and that's necessary to implement this entire section. And the division shall expend any money or other staff time in printing, creation of educational materials. That's where I think there is an issue here. The time and effort that CPW personnel are going to have to devote to this program, that does bother me. I'm going to tell you the personnel costs involved with that. I've worked these offices. I've worked the outdoors, and you know their plates are full. I don't know how else to say it other than these employees' plates are full. So there is going to be personnel costs, and there'll be costs that this program doesn't cover, and it's going to go. The personnel costs, salaries, vehicles, mileage. There is going to be costs. I think talking about staff time and the other expenditure of money is that I think it has the time and effort there is going to be huge. However, I think incorporating this particular bill into Hunter education is going to be a great step, because we're already teaching our young sportsmen and our youth about hunter education, hunter responsibility, hunter ethics. I think with lead versus non-toxic, sometimes the ethics parts can come into that as well, especially with one shot, one kill, and the performance of some of these non-toxic bullets, especially out of rifles. I spoke a lot about the shotgun thing, and that's a whole different ball game. But with rifle bullets, it's a way bigger deal. But incorporating this into Hunter Ed is, in my opinion, a great way to go, and especially to teach our youth. Like I say, when I'm up here talking, and I know a little bit about what I'm talking about on bullet performance. I could tell you multiple stories, but it comes down to energy. It comes down to foot-pounds of energy. We already have laws on the book for hunting, for the size, the caliber of bullet you can use, the foot-pounds of energy. You have to have 1,000 foot-pounds of energy at 100 yards to make it a legal hunting ground. So some of these non-toxic bullets have a little bit different performance. Obviously, they have different weights. I'm not saying people can't learn to shoot this stuff. I think you can shoot it accurately. Whether it makes the kill or harvest the animal as good as lead, I'd have to say likely not. And you know, and you got to ask yourself, why do hunters still want to use lead bullets? I can tell you the people I know are reluctant to stop using lead bullets. And I know a lot of sportsmen around this state. And I think having them become aware of the potential health threat or harm to scavenging animals. The good senator from Jefferson County spoke about eagles primarily, but any scavenger animal. And they also have, most of them have a stockpile of hunting ammunition that they already have, and they, you know, they want to go out and just shoot paper with that. The advantage of lead bullets, most hunting rounds now, like boat tails, they're jacketed bullets, copper jacketed, lead core bullets. The good thing about lead is you know, once you do whatever with lead, it doesn't recover. It doesn't bounce back at all. And it retains the shape it was molded into. That's what makes it great hunting rounds and great bullets. And then when you compare that to other materials, you know, lead offers a higher density, the less rebound I talked about. So it just makes it ideal for shaping and manufacturing it into high quality ammunition. So there's the non-lead ammunition consists of solid copper or copper alloys, and most of them are 90 to 95% copper, 5 to 10% zinc. That's not perfect. They're available in some calibers and different bullet weights, and that's for rifle, shotguns. A lot of shotguns, especially in the Midwest and eastern states, they hunt their big game, especially their whitetail, with shotgun rounds, shooting slugs. So, just in the topic of this conversation, the slugs in shotguns are same as the bullet. They're just in a rifle. They're just bigger. So, little lesson on gauges of shotguns is a 12-gauge shotgun. It takes 12 lead balls the size of the diameter of that shotgun to weigh a pound. 16 gauge, it takes 16 of them to weigh a pound. 28 gauge, it takes 28 of them. My good sponsor's laughing at me. These are accurate statements, and that's how they're measured. So then we get down to a 16 gauge. We talked about that. Then you get down to a 410 gauge. How many can tell me how many lead balls that diameter it takes to weigh a pound? 50. That's a good guess. A 410 is actually a 67 gauge, but it's measured in caliber, so it's 41 caliber. That's the only shotgun that measures that way. And but you can still buy slugs for 410 shotguns, but it's an actual 41 caliber. So I'll talk a little bit about the lead advantages. Pure lead maintains its uniformity and lack of brittleness. Copper and these copper alloys are very brittle, and they have molecular cohesion, and that's always made an ideal bullet material because of the lead. There's hidden voids and uneven core problems of cast lead cores are gone. Like I say, it rebounds, it molds to it in a jacketed bullet. Lead is just by far superior to any of the non-toxic rounds. Smaller calibers for a given bullet weight offer dramatically higher ballistic coefficients, but this bill also covers muzzle loaders, and those bullet diameters are automatically smaller than bore size, and then you used mini sabots in those muzzle loaders. But the cold forming process allows for lead bullets with easy to seat. You can seat those, especially in muzzle loaders. They're easy to seat. I've shot. I have several muzzle loaders. I use a 54 caliber mostly for hunting. I've used the Plainsman bullets. I've used just a lead round ball. Obviously use them with a patch because you don't want the lead fouling up your riflings in the barrel. So, but the cold forming process, ballistically superior boat tails or step bases, they're great. And the compression formed lead gives us option of all kinds of bullet weights, calibers, performance, and a lead bullet, especially if it's a saboted round in a muzzle loader, lead allows that sabot to shed the sabot, which has the contact with the barrel, allows it to more quickly separate from the lead core and that bullet. So it's flat trajectories and it dramatically improves the performance of whatever you're shooting. So most of those 54 calibers, that's a real common hunting caliber for, especially for muzzleload and hunting in the state of Colorado. There's also, we're talking not in Colorado, but when you get into the African game, that knockout power is huge. Because there's stuff out there, there's stuff in Colorado too that can remind you of your own mortality, and especially if you wound it. Hunted a lot of bears, that kind of stuff. They can remind you of your own mortality. So it's the performance of that bullet is huge. And I talked about the shotgun part of this. It's not that big a deal if you miss a duck, right? It's a big deal if you take a shot on a big game animal that has a potential to cause you great bodily harm. You want that bullet to perform, and you want it to do its job when it hits. So when a jacketed lead core bullet hits an animal, and I wish I could show you a lot of bullets, have a demonstration, but that jacket separates and the lead forms mushrooms, for lack of a better term, mushrooms in that bullet, causing great damage when it goes through the animal. It's like copper armor piercing bullets like military uses. You can't hunt with that because the bullet just passes through the animal and doesn't do the damage. An arrow kills by cutting and bleeding. A bullet does it with shock. So the use of these lead bullets, I myself personally really don't want to trade that out and change my use of those bullets. Bullets, like I've said, have traditionally been made from lead for multiple reasons. When it first started, it was one of the cheapest metals. And those that don't know, it'll melt at 327 degrees. So that's why in the Civil War and all that, and they were casting their own bullets, had their bullet molds, 327 degrees. So meaning that it's easily formed into bullets. It's also very dense. And it packs a big punch. Remember I talked about the foot-pounds of energy at different yardages and the requirements that's already there. The smallest caliber you can use for big game hunting in the state of Colorado is a 24 caliber. For those of you that know firearms well, that's a 6 mm. That's 6 millimeter. That's the smallest you can use for big game hunting in the state of Colorado. And those shoot lead bullets. And there's, fittingly, over the past several decades, we've been trying to remove some toxic heavy metal stuff from gasoline, paint, toys. We know about the paint, the lead paint and all that. Our hunting and fishing industry still embraces lead for bullets, and that's totally because of performance. And performance meaning the trajectory, performance means muzzle velocities, performance means velocities out to 500 yards or beyond, and you want that bullet traveling as you want it to and as you know it does, and you know it at 300 yards it drops 14 inches, or at 500 yards it drops at 33 inches. So that's all calibrated. They even have scopes, of course, nowadays that make that up for you, where you can hold dead on. You just dial the scope to the way your rifle and stuff is performing. There's a whole industry out there that's going to get kind of turned upside down over moving away from lead bullets. Not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying it's going to turn an industry a little bit upside down. And, you know, non-lead ammunition, talked about the solid copper or the copper alloys. And it is available. It's just that I don't think hunters are going to choose to do it. There's a lot to do with your firearm and your lead fouling up your barrel. You know, I'll tell you a story about speed, bullet speed, and I had a guy shot an elk with a 300 Win Mag, and the muzzle velocity is about 3,600 feet per second, and he shot at a short distance. So when you shoot an elk from here to the wall over there in the corner of the Senate chambers, it was an illegal elk. So I tried to retrieve the bullet to tie the bullet back to the hunter and prove that he actually shot the elk. That jacketed bullet, and at that muzzle speed and at that close distance, had to take it down to the local veterinarian, take an x-ray of that elk to find the bullet. Well, we get the x-ray done, and it's just a splattering of lead and copper in the x-ray. There was no bullet left. So at that speed, and that was a lead core bullet. So at that speed, it was, it just disintegrated. Anyway, I've talked a lot about this. I think some of you were listening. Fascinated, thank you. I know the bill sponsor was listening because I said a lot of nice things about her making this a pilot study. It does concern me a little bit. I worry about we talked about the areas of special concern for this lead. I get it for waterfowl hunting. I do not get it for rifle bullets. I don't understand that. And as I mentioned, these special areas that there was going to be concern over, and I just hope it's not our shooting ranges that we're focusing in on here, but that using the shooting ranges for demonstration and for educational purposes, I'm all for it. And I appreciate the good senator from Jefferson County's work on this bill. I did not hear it in committee, but I'm quite aware of the bill. I have been for several years that this bill was wanting to come forward, but I do give accolades to the great senator for making this a pilot study and not overwhelming the personnel within CPW and our employees with the way the bill was originally written. So, but I'll still be a no vote on the bill, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the body is the adoption of House Bill 1036. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 281.
The motion is to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 281. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 281. Will Ms. Cole please read the title to Senate Bill 281?
Senate Bill 281, Senator Zenzinger, Representative McLaughlin, concerning a required notice of limited transferability of college credits from a private occupational school.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 281 and the Education Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the Education Committee, we adopted an amendment that struck the private occupational schools from the bill's applicability.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am very pleased to be able to present this bill. It will help provide greater clarity for our students who may end up transferring from one school to another, so that they have, before they transfer, a notice that will indicate whether or not they are possibly able to transfer their credits. And I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak about 281. I voted no in committee. I guess I'll be a no probably here on seconds. This is a bill about transparency on behalf of the students. I think there's a little bit of technical concern that has been voiced by some of the occupational schools, and it is my conviction that should be worked out if it is not already worked out. And this is happening at a very granular, detailed level, lawyer to lawyer, so to speak. That needs to be resolved for certain as it moves forward. Since we're in the first house with this, I'm not going to pitch a big fit and talk for the 2 hours and 43 minutes that theoretically we could talk about on this issue. Instead, I will simply say I look forward to this getting clarified as it moves on through the process, and I thank the Senator for her willingness to engage in those conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 281. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 281 is adopted.
You ready?
Majority Leader Moreno.
I think it's next on the list, actually, already. No? 1246? Yeah. So, yeah, you can just read the title. 1246.
Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1246?
House Bill 1246, Representatives McCluskey and Puglisi, Senators Buckner and Will, concerning measures to support the in-demand career workforce and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1246 and the Education Committee report.
To the committee report.
We had robust discussion about this important bill, and the Education Committee decided that it should go to appropriations.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And HB 23-1246 creates a pathway for high demand careers through a zero-cost credentials program. That's free training towards an associate's degree or industry certificates. This bill breaks down financial barriers for people wanting to enter new high-demand careers by injecting significant resources, and you can see that from the from the fiscal note on it. It's significant resources.
Significant, yes.
But we've modeled this bill in successful Care Forward program passed into law last year, and if you've been around the Capitol here going to some of the stuff, you can see many of the students that have really benefited from this program. And Care Forward Colorado was an infusion of $26 million from federal recovery funds, and it covered tuition, fees, course materials, short-term training programs, providing zero-cost pathways to responders and many more, like first responders and many more professionals desperately needed in our facilities. So across this really intrigued me, this bill, because of rural Colorado and the demand that we need. We need people in these industries, and I'm talking about elementary education, nursing, law enforcement, firefighters and forestry workers, construction trades, and we need those. And I can tell you, these kind of programs like this one we're talking about today, and the infusion of this money to help our youth, is it helps us grow our own people right out of our communities that become our students. And with that, I'll pass it on to my co-prime.
Senator Bugler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so proud to carry this bill with my friend, and I couldn't have said it better than him. We all know about the Care Forward program, which was very successful, and revitalizing the state's healthcare workforce through zero-cost short-term training programs at community colleges and technical colleges. And one of the other big components of this bill is we're going to be spending $38.6 million to students enrolled in an eligible certificate or associate degree program at a public community college, local district college, or area technical college. Also, another $1.4 million will be used via a competitive grant from CDLE to RAPs in the building and construction trades, and we know what a shortage we have in those trades. Also, there's going to be $5 million to expand short-term nursing programs at community colleges to graduate a larger number of skilled nurses, because we know that there is a huge workforce shortage in the nursing programs. So supporting all three of these components that I just mentioned is really crucial. And one of the points that I want to make that I made during the committee hearing was sometimes lack of opportunity is because you have lack of funds. So that's why this program is so important, to give those people who want a better job to make more money for their families and for their futures. And they can do so through this program by getting training with the money that is being provided with this piece of legislation. It is an outstanding program. I'm absolutely thrilled to be associated with it, and I'm asking for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All righty. There's a lot to like in this bill. And it's not that I don't like the bill, I just don't like the way that it came about and the impact that it has with regard to higher education and some other things. But first off, the part that is really causing me consternation is actually in, I'm going to make sure I'm in the right bill here. It's in Part 7, 1246. So Part 7, there is created in the Office of the Future of Work. We created a new office, apparently, over in Senate Bill 51 this year called the Office of Future Work. Now, this was an executive order to start with. It was an executive order. And in Senate Bill 51, which was signed into law in March of this year, March 23rd of this year, again, the Office of Future Work was created by an executive order. And in that executive order, no appropriation. So they told us just a few months ago, no appropriation needed for the Office of Future Work. And here's what the Office of Future Work is supposed to be doing. I have to get to the right. Okay, just a second. I got to get to the right bill. I'm operating between two bills. Office of Future Work, and this was in Senate Bill 51. There is created in the Department of the Office of Future Work, the head of which is the director of the Office of Future Work. Great. We have workforce councils. We have all sorts of other offices, Office of Just Transition, and now we're creating this other one, the Office of Future Work. And this office is going to be a Type 2 agency. And the purpose of the Office of Future Work, so I want you to listen, is to identify opportunities for Colorado communities transition. Sounds like something the Office of Just Transition should be doing. To effectively emerging industries. Oh, wait, well, here's why it sounds like the Office of Just Transition, because they're supposed to consult with the Just Transition Office that was created before, a couple of years ago. And then they're supposed to ensure the inclusion of key stakeholders from all sectors to engage partnerships. Great. They're supposed to host, organize, and convene task force summits and other appropriate meetings. Wonderful. So this is this new office that was an executive order. Now it was in Senate Bill 51, and I'm getting there. I have an amendment, so I am getting there. In case someone says to the bill, then I'll have to go back and explain
the bill.
Where I found this. So just so you know, in 1246 on page 7, part 7, there is created in the Office of the Future of Work, what a goofy name, the Office of the Future Work within the Department of Labor and Employment, the Construction Registered Apprentice Grant Program to provide grants. So that's why it's important that I'm telling you, just a little bit ago, just a month ago, Senate Bill 51 gets passed and gets signed into law that creates this office. And it said no appropriation. Yet in 1256, we're now adding to the Office of Future Work, saying that they're going to do a grant program, provide grants for registered apprenticeship. Not necessarily a bad idea, but now it's going to cost us $1.3 million and 1.2 FTE. So remember, this is like the supreme bait and switch. They said in 51, we're going to create this Office of Future Work that will do some of those things I just mentioned, and I'm going to read off the rest. Explore ways that the state can prepare for current and future impacts through coordination of registered apprentice programs in Colorado and the identification of new policy and programs and solutions. And as funding allows, they're supposed to undertake studies, research, and factual reports. Nowhere in 51, in Senate Bill 51, that created the Office of Future Work, does it say they should administer a grant program. Nowhere in there. This was just a month ago, members, just a month ago, that Senate Bill 51 was passed. And it looks like most of you all signed on to it. So they created an office. They created an office, and they told us in 51, no appropriation. No appropriation is required. And when they created this office, they didn't say that it was to be a grant, that there were supposed to be grant programs and that they were going to exercise and have grant programs. They just said we're going to do this office. And in fact, they didn't even say they needed FTE because they would find someone in the Department of Labor and Employment to take care of this. And they're supposed to be doing reports. They obviously haven't given us a report yet because they're not really truly even created. They just started in March 23rd is when they got signed into law. So we don't have a report from them about anything. And here it is, funding for the office. Says we may appropriate funds, but otherwise the office may seek, accept, and expend gifts, grants, and donations. That's the usual thing that they come up with. Now here's the other amazing thing in Senate Bill 51. And I'm going to relate this back to, again, 1246. Because in 1246, House Bill 1246, Part 7, says the Office of Future Work in the Department of Labor and Employment, it's created Construction Registered Apprenticeship Grant Program to provide grants to registered apprenticeship programs in the building and construction trades that provide training at no cost to apprentices. So a grant program for apprenticeships. Here's the funny thing, and I'm sure everyone's going to think this is fun and get a big laugh out of it. Section 4 of Senate Bill 51 created the State Apprenticeship Agency. The State Apprenticeship Agency was created in Senate Bill 51 and hereby created in the Department of State Apprentice Agency, the Executive Director shall appoint a Director of the State Apprenticeship Agency. And they're supposed to do all things with regard to apprenticeship. They are going to do all things regarding state apprenticeships. They're going to have a council. They're going to work in partnership with relevant state agencies to reduce duplication. Is that a joke? So in 51, we say we create the State Apprenticeship Council, State Apprenticeship Agency, and then we say that they're supposed to work in partnership with other relevant state agencies. I'm assuming that means the other office that was created in the Department of Labor and Employment called the Office of Future Work, because the Office of Just Transition wasn't enough. Because the Workforce Council, who do this same stuff, was not good enough, even though they've been in place for years and they work and they have their connections in the community already. But anyways, here we are in 51 saying we create a state apprenticeship agency. They have a council. They're supposed to do all things apprenticeship. They're supposed to work to reduce duplication. They're supposed to seek recognition by the United States Department of Labor and operate the State Apprenticeship Agency in conformity with federal regulations. They're supposed to coordinate the registered apprenticeship programs with the Colorado's economic development strategies and publicly funded workforce investment system. It's supposed to be the State Apprenticeship Agency. Yet Part 7 of 1246 puts the grant program for apprenticeship in the Office of Future Work, apparently so they can get 1.2 FTE and a grant program and have something to do. Why did we create the Office of Future Work? We created State Apprenticeship Agency. And then that was in a different bill. In the same year, in 1246, instead of putting the apprenticeship grant program in the apprenticeship agency, where they have a council and where they're supposed to be doing this work, we put it in the Office of Future Work. And remember, in March, when this bill was getting passed and signed into law, the appropriation for the Office of Future Work was zero, nothing. And I guess someone thinks that we're just not smart enough to figure out this bait and switch that they've done. They said no appropriation over here, but now here we are in April with 1246, and we are creating a grant program for apprenticeship, not putting it in the State Apprenticeship Agency, but putting it in the Office of Future Work, who now is going to need 1.2 FTE and $1.3 million. That's ridiculous. That certainly is ridiculous.
I feel an amendment coming to the desk. Oh, and there's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L005?
Amendment L005
Senator
by Senator
Kirkmeyer.
I move, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move
welcome.
L005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. L005 simply deletes Part 7. So here's the second part of this, the second place where we did this bait and switch, where we weren't told the truth, where the first floor was not forthcoming in their request with regard to the budget. When this request came forward from the governor's office, from the governor, I can recall sitting in his office, listening to him January 3rd, January 5th, somewhere in that time period. It's one of those times, sitting there listening to him saying about this great program he was going to do, that he wanted $45 million, $40 million to put into a program for credentialing, for aid to eligible students, for in-demand, apparently, he didn't tell us at the time what they were, but in-demand short-term credential programs. When I asked for further explanation, I just got well, it's about in demand, and it will be for like early childhood, law enforcement, firefighting, construction, forestry. And then he also asked for $5 million for nursing. And at the time you're thinking, why are we doing that? Because the rest of his request that he had given us in November severely shorted the higher education institutions. Like, his request for these eligible aid to provide funding to individuals so they can go get credentialing for free in community colleges and Colorado Mesa University, because they have like a community college attached to them, and in technical colleges and local district colleges, he said $40 million to that. He didn't say $38.1 million or $43.6 million. He said $40 million to go to all the community colleges. He didn't say, I'm going to start this bogus office called the Office of Future Work because I had it in an executive order. He didn't say, I'm going to go put that in one bill and create that office in the Department of Labor, and then I'm going to go hide the appropriation over here in another bill about providing in-demand short-term credentials for free to community colleges. He didn't say that. That's not forthcoming. That's not right. I mean, seriously, there are 4 members of the Joint Budget Committee that are Democrats, as we all know, and 2 that are Republican. So why can't a Democrat governor be forthcoming? Why can't he come in and say, I want $43 million, I want $45 million bucks, $5 million for nursing credentials, $5 million for nursing programs, 38.1 for community colleges, and then I'm going to go start this Office of Future Work, and put $1.3 million in it. But before I do that, I'm going to try and fool you all by putting the Office of Future Work, I mean, apparently we have to go create work for somebody, Office of Future Work in the Department of Labor, and I'm going to hide that in another bill. And I'm going to say in that other bill, no appropriation. No, this isn't going to cost you anything. So let me just create this office because it feels good and it's a great way to get another headline, or maybe do another press conference, or put out yet another executive order. Who knows? But this isn't about good government. It's not even about honest government. Seriously, a Democrat governor is sitting there with 4 Democrat legislators on the Joint Budget Committee, and he can't even be forthcoming to them. He can't even say, I want to create this office, I want to put an FTE there, and I want to put this little mini grant program over there because all of a sudden this just popped into my head and I think it's a great idea. No. He doesn't give us the whole story. He says, I'm going to put $40 million in community colleges for this in-demand short-term credential program. And I want $5 million for nursing programs. And oh, by the way, my request for higher education is short a substantial amount of money. For higher education institutions, I'm going to short them. I'm going to tell them they're going to get substantially less than what they need, like by $92 million. And then I'm going to tell them that we have to cap their tuition at 4%. When they can't afford that, we're not even going to give them the money that they need for their minimum base covered operating costs that the higher institutions have worked out. No, I'm not going to do that. So he shorts higher education. He comes in with a request on, I want to say it was January 3rd, might have been January 5th, where there are 4 Democrat legislators, 2 Republican legislators, and doesn't tell us the whole story. And then they proceed to hide stuff from one bill to the next. and apparently thinks that we're all too stupid to figure it out. How many more offices are we going to create? How many more offices does the governor think we should create? And remember the discussion we had yesterday. 168 new offices created since the BS factor, at least. That was 168. That was like last year we figured that out. After all the new offices created this year, we're probably at 175 or something. When do you all start holding this governor accountable? He should not get to do this to the legislature. He should not treat you all this way. I'm going to tell you what I told one of my colleagues on JBC that's a Democrat. Republicans, we expect it. We don't think he's going to be forthcoming to us. We think he's going to hide stuff all the time. We think he's going to keep things from us. In fact, those pots of money that were identified, I didn't get to know exactly what they were for. I had general topics, but I didn't get to know. So for those of you on this side of the room and in the back row, if you were upset because you didn't know, we didn't know either, because the governor's not forthcoming, because the governor doesn't think we should get to know. So I can't hold the governor accountable. I can just point out where he does this kind of stuff. Breaks our trust. This is why the public doesn't trust government, because of things like this. But the Republicans, we're in the minority. We can't hold the governor accountable, but you all can. But the majority can. You can hold him accountable. And I'm asking you to hold him accountable. I'm asking you to support L005, which eliminates the appropriation to this bogus office that we just made up. I'm sure it was a great headline at some point. I missed it, but I'm sure there was a press conference someplace. Certainly there was a press release, because this governor's office is more concerned about grabbing headlines and putting out press releases and press conferences. This is wrong. So I am asking you to support L005. I'm going to leave my stuff here. Is that okay?
Seeing no further, Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The community colleges had a top priority, and this amendment removes and strikes a provision designed to help fill open construction jobs through apprenticeships. And we know that apprenticeships are being provided by the community colleges and also some outside entities. And removing this provision we can't remove this provision, because this means it's going to be harder to fill these jobs. And this is something that the unions agreed upon. We spent a lot of time stakeholding this bill, and the unions really wanted this included, and we want this included as well. So I'm asking for a no vote on L005.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with all due respect to the good senator from Aurora, who I have a lot of respect for and appreciate. When the governor came in with this request, again, pretty shady that you can't tell us exactly what you want. But when this was in front of us, when higher education was in front of the Joint Budget Committee for their briefing, when higher education was in front of us for their briefing, I asked specifically about this project, about this $45 million, about the $40 million that is going to these in-demand services, credentialing. The $5 million for the nursing, fine. I mean, I think we've done a lot of money towards nursing already in the past, which was supposed to be one time. So here we are again with one-time funding for nursing, but fine. We need nurses. When I asked higher education, they couldn't give me the particulars. They couldn't tell me if this was first in money. They couldn't tell me how they were going to allocate it out. They didn't say that they were going to share it with every community college. It's a first come, first serve. So if all the people who come in, the 30,000 or so people to get these credentials, all are in the Front Range, not out in Sterling, not down in the south part of the state, not out west, they all come in first. Guess what? They didn't tell us anything because I was asking them, how do we even know this is a statewide program? And they didn't know. When I asked the executive director, Mr. Garcia, of community colleges about the program, could he tell me about the program? He acted like he didn't know what I was talking about. I mean, he said, we just got the information the day before. When I asked him, is it first in? Who's eligible? How are you going to determine it? Are there income relationships here? No, he didn't know. He didn't know. This wasn't stakeholdered until maybe the good senator from Aurora got the bill. Now, let's see, that would have had to been in February, basically. So a couple months ago. Wonderful, all the unions like it. I don't necessarily dislike it. I just don't like the disingenuous approach to this. This is wrong. The governor doesn't get to set the budget. And if he's going to make a request, he should darn well be making it in a way that is forthcoming and stop hiding stuff from us. This isn't about the good senator from Aurora. I appreciate what she's saying. I certainly appreciate the fact I know her. I am sure that I know just what she went through today even on these amendments. I know she talks to everybody. This is not about her. So please don't think that it is. This is about this legislature needs to start holding this governor accountable. He doesn't get to come in a disingenuous way and not be forthcoming. If he wanted 1 point whatever million it is and 1.2 FTE for some bogus Office of Future Work that wasn't even created. When we heard this in committee, at the Joint Budget Committee, that Office of Future Work was in an executive order someplace. And why does it even need to be there? He also created in 51 State Apprenticeship Agency. If he knew back then, he should have told us. He shouldn't have hidden that from us. They actually intentionally kept information from the Joint Budget Committee. That is wrong. It's part of the reason why I don't trust their office. Because this isn't the first time. This is not the first time. So again, I'm asking to delete Part 7. If somebody wants to come back with an amendment that says the 1.2 million goes into credentialing, great, do it. But the governor needs to be held accountable. He doesn't get to hide things from everybody. He should be forthcoming. We should be able to trust that when he makes a request, that that is the request. And that we're not going around creating a bunch of bogus offices and then saying no appropriation in one bill, but then in the next bill, oh, well, we forgot to tell you. $1.3 million. $1,346,808. I just want you all to sit here and think, on the day that we were doing budget amendments, how hard you had to fight for your budget amendments. Some of those were a lot less than $1 million. I want you to think how hard you had to fight for those things. And the governor doesn't even bother to tell us. That's wrong. I am asking you to hold this governor accountable. I am asking you to send the message to the governor that says, you have a request, you tell us the whole request. You be forthcoming about that request. You don't try to hide stuff in there. You don't try to put stuff in one bill, say no appropriation, and then put it in another bill and add in an appropriation. That's what I'm asking. That is what L005 is about. There's nothing stopping anyone from getting an amendment that puts $1,346,808 back into the credentialing program. Do it. At least then you'd make the governor an honest person. I ask for an aye vote on L005.
Seeing no further Senator Fields.
Do you want me to move all this?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being a member of the Education Committee, I had an opportunity to listen to the testimony on this bill, and I was compelled by what it's trying to do. And basically what this amendment will do, L005, it really guts the intent of the bill. The bill is designed to address the shortage that we're having in the state of Colorado as it relates to workforce development. That's what the bill is designed to do. I'm looking here at some statistics. There is a shortage of healthcare workers in the state of Colorado. It says that there's 1.2 million new nurses are needed nationally, but in Colorado, we are short 10,000 nurses. And if we don't have nurses, that impacts the quality of care that you're going to get. This bill is designed to be intentional about addressing workforce development. Look at what the amendment does. It strikes lines 15 through 27. Right?
Part 7 of the bill is what it strikes.
Mm-hmm. On line 7.
Yes, right here. Just helping out. It's all of part 7.
The good senator just pointed out that the part it's striking is the part that has to do with construction apprentice grant programs. Colorado is an area where we are doing lots of development, and when I talk to folks, they're looking for people to do that kind of work. If you strike that, that interferes with the intent of this bill. Is this really what we want to do? Then the amendment goes on, striking page 11, line 1 through 4.
And it strikes all of part 7.
All of it.
Yeah, it's the apprentice.
It strikes all of it. It strikes all of it. An apprentice program to get young people an opportunity to take their place in helping in the field of construction. Strikes it. Then on page 15, 3 through 8, I'm using the senator's.
No problem. It's basically all of part 7.
It's the same thing, the whole section.
Yep, the whole section, all of it.
It strikes the whole section. Young people. Maybe it might be people who are making a transition in life, want to pursue a different career. We're just going to strike it. Leaving our communities vulnerable. I think that we want to be intentional in reference to how we can expand and build opportunities to get people to work. And this amendment is striking this, striking this, striking that. The way I kind of see it, it gets further and further away from the bill title, which is to support a measure to address the in-demand career workforce. We're trying to get people to work, and we're providing them opportunities to get to work. You can be in rural Colorado, you can be in Montbello, you can be in Denver, Colorado Springs, El Paso County. We don't want to strike out opportunities. We're trying to create ladders of opportunities. And what this amendment will do, it strikes out. Let's get people to work. Vote no on this amendment.
3 strikes out. Senator Kirkmeyer's back up.
I am, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that. And I appreciate what the other good senator from Aurora said. Most of it was correct. And it was. I didn't say there was anything wrong with this bill as far as providing for in-demand credentialing. We got papers all over the place up here. I didn't say there was anything wrong with that. I didn't say strike that from the bill. I didn't say that we shouldn't be giving aid to eligible students. I didn't say that. What I said was, I don't like the disingenuous way that this was presented to the Joint Budget Committee. I don't like the fact that we created, well, we didn't. The governor created by executive order the Office of Future Work. Then he put the Office of Future Work, got put into a bill called Senate Bill 51. We're on House Bill 1246. But in Senate Bill 51, puts the Office of Future Work in there, and then really, I mean, seriously, just a month ago, no appropriation necessary for this Office of Future Work that's created in the Department of Labor and Employment. And nowhere in Senate Bill 51 does it say for the Office of Future Work that they're supposed to do a grant program for apprenticeship. In fact, in Senate Bill 51, not only did we create the Office of Future Work, I mean, does anyone, I just feel even ridiculous saying this so many times, but the Office of Future Work, where we created the Office of Just Transition, that the Office of Future Work is supposed to coordinate with. But then also in 51, we created, well, again, I don't know that I did, but created the State Apprenticeship Agency. So Office of Future Work in the Department of Labor, where we have the Office of Just Transition in Department of Labor, where we also have the Rural Workforce Consortium in the Department of Labor, who's supposed to be helping people find future work. And in fact, they've been doing that for years. But then we also created State Apprenticeship Agency in the Department of Labor. And then we come back a month later, 1246, and say, oh, apparently they thought they were wrong. And now we put $1.3 million and 1.2 FTE in the Office of Future Work that just a month ago went through here that said they didn't need any appropriation. And we put an apprenticeship grant program in the Office of Future Work instead of putting it in the State Apprenticeship Agency. Doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. But the part that I am most upset over is on January 3rd, I sat in a meeting as a Joint Budget Committee member with the governor of this state. And he said he wanted $40 million for these in-demand short-term credential program, and that he wanted $5 million for a nursing program. This amendment doesn't touch the nursing program. This amendment does not touch the in-demand short-term credential program. This amendment deletes Part 7 and gets rid of the apprenticeship grants that the unions want, because apparently somewhere in there, my guess is somebody in the governor's office talked with the unions and said, hey, we got an idea here. Or maybe the union said, hey, we saw your bill and we got an idea here. Or we saw your idea in that budget request. And we got an idea where we as unions could get something could get some of this money. I don't know. But what I do know is it is disingenuous of the governor to make a request for $40 million for one thing and then go through this whole bogus relationship of doing things in different bills, creating offices, creating agencies, putting appropriations on, and putting $1.3 million of what was supposed to be $40 million going to short-term credentialing and putting that in this bill. That is disingenuous. So I am asking you to hold the governor accountable. When he comes in and makes a request, he should be forthcoming with what that request is for. And I know you think I should give him the benefit of the doubt, but this has not been the first time that this bait and switch has happened. Not the first time. And I know you all think, oh, we should give him the benefit of the doubt. He had plenty of opportunity when they were in their hearing, which was after January 3rd, when the governor's office came and had their hearing with the Joint Budget Committee. He had plenty of time then to say, hey, I've come up with an even better idea in my mind. Or, hey, here's an idea. Higher education has a hearing, has a briefing in front of the Joint Budget Committee. They could have said that. And that briefing was in February or March. It was in February timeframe. They hadn't have known they were doing all these shenanigans. They had to have known it. And when I asked the executive director of the community college system what these credentials were they first in dollars? Who's getting them? Or is there income eligibility? He said he didn't know. He had just heard about the program. Nobody. Higher Ed, the executive director of the Higher Ed Commission, they didn't tell us that we're going to start a apprenticeship grant program in a new office that we haven't even created yet, called the Office of Future Work. Nobody said that. They didn't even talk about this. Nobody said in Senate Bill 51, nobody said we need $1.3 million for the Office of Future Work. They said no appropriation. No appropriation. That was just a month ago. This is bad government. You should be able to trust. We should be able to trust the executive branch. When they tell us something, we should be able to trust that they're being forthcoming. And if they want to change their mind, that's okay. People can change their mind. Or if you've got a different idea, that's okay. But you should be forthcoming about it. You shouldn't go hiding it in another bill. So that's what this is about. This is about keeping this government, keeping this governor accountable. And he needs to be held accountable. He's been walking all over everybody for the last 4 years. It's time. The budget belongs to the legislature. And if you want to come make a request, be forthcoming about it. Don't sit there and hide it in a couple other bills. If you've got a better idea, bring it forward. That's all you have to do. So again, this amendment isn't saying the nursing program's going away. It's not saying that. It's not even saying that the Office of Future Work has to go away. It's not saying that the apprenticeship program has to go away. It's also not saying that the short-term credential programs is going away. What it's saying is we're going to hold the governor accountable. And when you tell us something, if you're going to change your mind, you need to come tell us about it, and you shouldn't show up in 2 different bills, especially when one of those bills says no appropriation. He could have put it in that bill. It could have been put in that bill. So that's what Amendment L005 is about. It is about holding the governor accountable and saying, you have to be forthcoming. And I'm just going to remind you all, while the governor was requesting $40 million for short-term credential programs and $5 million for nursing programs, he said the legislature, you can have $15 million. $15 million for anything you think is important. That's ridiculous as well. I asked for an aye vote on L005.
To L005, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really appreciate the good senator from Brighton. You know, it's refreshing for there just to be some very clear information given to the legislature concerning what the JBC does. And I agree with her when I look at this amendment. It's not taking away their career workforce program, but it's holding the governor accountable. And I think it's high time to do that. And I really appreciate that you brought this forward. I appreciate your passion about this, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's an amendment headed to the desk. There's an amendment coming to the desk. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L007?
Amendment L007 by Senator Kirkmeyer.
And Ms. Cole, I feel bad every time I interrupt you, but it is just the general procedure that when the senator raises their hand, you stop. So, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L007.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Well, while I'm talking about Joint Budget Committee and things that came forward and how this bill impacts it, so, you know, the governor has to come in with a request November 1st, balanced budget request, and he tries to cover everything he possibly can. Then he has the opportunity to come back on January 3rd or thereabouts and amend his request, which I'm not so sure that I like, but whatever. So in his request, with regard to higher education institutions, he shorted them about $75 million. He shorted all of our higher education institutions by about $75 million. He came up with a proposal for higher ed institution. Now keep in mind, what we fund to higher education institutions is for base core minimum costs. And for that amount, we, as a state, then get to put a requirement in, a cap, if you will, on tuition, a cap on the increase of tuition. So the governor comes in with a request, and the reason I say that he shorted them about 75 million or so, actually, I'm sorry, it was more like 90 million, I'm sorry. It's basically more like $90 million. But the reason I'm saying that he shorted them is because the governor came in with his request and said he wanted to cap tuition at 4%, and then there are a couple of steps that get funded, and he would fund step one, and there are basic things that step one funds. So he agreed in his request, the governor, $33.6 million for step one, which is this model that is out there that higher institutions put together. And step one is to make progress on educational attainment gaps and policy goals. Things like first-generation students, Pell distribution. I can't for the life of me now remember what URM means. I'm sure someone else here knows. Thank you. And for underrepresented minorities. So that's what that $33.6 million has to go to in step one. So he funded step one at $33.6 million, which was the appropriate level. But when we got to step two, which is for the base core minimum costs that these institutions need, he funded it somewhere around $36 million. And he told them, though, that you have to keep your tuition capped at only a 4% growth. Well, to keep tuition capped at 4% growth, they needed $110 million. And there's all sorts of other things in this formula, which is why I said he shorted them, because I know 110 minus 36 million is not 92 million. But there are other things that have to be funded, like financial aid. So when he shorts step two, he not only shorts the base core minimum costs for the higher ed institutions, which includes everyone, includes community colleges, includes Fort Lewis, CU, Western Colorado, Metro State, Colorado Mesa, Adams State, UNC, it includes them all. But when he said that you have to cap it at 4%, He put our higher education system in jeopardy because there's no way they could cover their base minimum costs. Because you know what we do? We add in that tuition that they're going to receive. And there was no way capping it at 4% if they were only going to get approximately $36 million in step 2 state funding to make it work. Institution after institution came in. They all signed a letter on January 9th. And it talks about what they need. I'm just going to read it for you, so you hear what we hear when we're at the Joint Budget Committee. And they talk off, and it is signed by every higher ed institution. And they say, we're incredibly grateful for the increased investments the state has made in higher education over the past several years. Well, they must have had their tongue in cheek on that one. Because of this committee's dedication to funding public post-secondary education above inflation since 2016, we have been able to make important progress toward Colorado's strategic goals of 66% credential attainment and minimizing equity gaps to ensure all Coloradoans have the certificates and the degrees necessary to compete for the jobs of their dreams and to sustain the state's growing economy. And then they say, unfortunately, the current level, so that's what I was telling you, where the governor shorted them. The current level of state higher education investment is inadequate to meet long-term strategic statewide goals. And they talk about the increase they had last year. But despite of that increase, they are saying that their state funding per student dropped from 45th to 49th in the country. And they talked about greater state investment in higher education has never been more important as they seek to meet the critical state workforce shortages, while also keeping tuition in check and addressing inflationary pressures in our operations. And they were saying what they needed to get to 4% tuition. And it's not 36 million in step 2. They need 110 million in step 2 to be able to get to a 4% cap on tuition. 4% is still pretty high. But to get to a 4% cap on tuition, they needed $110 million in step 2. The governor was at about 36. The Joint Budget Committee got him up to 85 million. But they are still short $25 million to cover their base core minimum costs. They talk about the importance of state funding, how it ensures equitable access to affordable higher education. And this just isn't the CUs of the world. Go Buffs. This is the community college system as well. This is those smaller universities and colleges, Colorado Mountain College, Western, Fort Lewis, Adams State. Those universities are extremely important. Mesa, Metro State. Those universities are extremely important, especially the ones, the smaller ones that are out in those rural areas. Fort Lewis College, their chancellor, president, whatever it was, president, came in and talked about the importance of their college to their community and how they were raising opportunity for the people who lived in their community and educating teachers and educating all sorts of folks that were staying in their community. But the governor's request didn't even keep up with inflation. The governor's request wasn't even for this additional in-demand credentialing program. It wasn't even as much as that. The in-demand credentialing program was $9 million more than what the governor's request was to give to, a proposal to give to higher education for their base core minimum costs. I don't know why the governor doesn't like higher education. I don't know why he thinks it's a good idea to break that system, but that's what would have happened. So this amendment, L007, what does it do? And I'm sure there are going to be people who don't like it. It takes $5 million from the in-demand credentialing program, and it takes an additional $10 million of general fund and adds it into step 3 of the higher education formula, which is one-time funding and not base building. So, because you see, by shorting them this year, that means their base is not building to what it needs to be to cover their base core minimum costs. It means tuition needs to be higher. By not building up their base, they'll be short again next year. So what this amendment does is it says, again, to be very forthcoming, and I've spoken with both sponsors. I appreciate their efforts, sincerely appreciate their efforts. What this does is it finds a way to find an additional $15 million to try to ease that gap to some extent, and the money will be dispersed based on the formula that is currently in place. So even though it's taking $5 million from in-demand credentialing that is going to community colleges, in this formula, community college system will receive $2,832,617. So it is still ensuring that the community colleges have their base core minimum costs covered. And it divides out the rest of the money, same formula as if it were in step 2, but it's not because it's one-time money, it's not base building money, and it'll be in step 3. I think it's extremely important that we support our higher education institutions, that we ensure that if we're trying to keep tuition costs down, that we fund their base core minimum costs. We didn't even get to inflation. They didn't even ask to get to inflation. I think it's important that we have a higher education system, not just community colleges, but community colleges and these smaller universities and colleges that are out there, and even our larger ones who bring in a lot of research and innovation. It is just as important that we have these universities where people can go learn how to be a doctor or a pharmacist or an engineer or an architect or all of those types of programs that are necessary as well. They are just as important. And as far as the in-demand credentialing, I'm not dismissing it. I think that's important. In fact, we had bills last year that funded in-demand credentialing and put a lot of money forward to them. In fact, we have a bill even this year that puts funding towards credentialing for firefighting. Yet here we are doing it again. So this doesn't make higher education institutions whole, but it does get them closer, and it shortens that gap, minimizes the gap. So I'm asking for an aye vote on L007.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it. That amendment is lost. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You had a big speech? Well, you can do your big speech on this one. Thank you to the good senator from Newcastle, right? Newcastle.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L008?
Amendment L008 by Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L008.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, hopefully this one's a little bit easier, and after discussions with the sponsors, I think we might be okay. I'm hoping so. This amendment simply adds $10 million to step 3 for the higher education institutions And again, while we're not closing the gap as much as I would like for us to close the gap for higher education, but we are closing that gap to the tune of $10 million. So I ask and urge and I vote on L008. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of L008?
Do you want to say something?
Senator Buckner.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Chair.
How you doing?
And
Thanks for being here.
I want to say a couple of words about my senator from, we're sisters from another mother. Yes, but the good senator from Brighton, we've gotten to know each other really well over the last few years. And we have a lot of respect for each other, and that's sincere. And because of that love, we're okay with this amendment. This amendment, in good faith, the good senator from Brighton brought this to us. And we feel that this is a friendly amendment. And I think that my co-prime sponsor has a speech that he wanted to give. So now it's your turn, cuz.
Well, it was a different speech for a different amendment, but
Senator Will.
This whole bill, you know, especially for rural communities, we have these in-demand jobs that we need, and we need to fill these jobs across, especially rural Colorado. That's why I'm on this bill. I think, and I mentioned before earlier when we presented the bill that it's a grow your own, and I really believe in that. I don't care if it's school teachers, nurses, firemen, whatever, you know, or forestry workers, or law enforcement. Our local community colleges with their post-certified create a lot of law enforcement officers for us across this state, and so that's why I'm on this bill. It's not anything against higher education, and this $10 million to go to higher education, you bet. So I'm good.
But I do need to take a senatorial 5, please.
Yes, please. Senatorial 5. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the patience of the caucus while we were having a sidebar. After further consideration, we have decided that we are going to ask for a no vote. This is a very worthy cause. The amendment has great intentions, but at this point, we are going to have to say no on this amendment.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand the issue here is because we just didn't have enough time to talk about it. So we can't put $10 million into higher education when we shorted them in the first place. The governor shorted them a whole bunch, $92 million. We closed the gap, but we didn't get there. And I can understand and appreciate that the good senator from Greenwood Village has some consternation about this because he never liked it from the first time, through all those months that we talked about it at the Joint Budget Committee. He didn't like it then, and he had his vote then. But he wants to, but there is not enough discussion, apparently. Well, I will tell you this. We put $10 million into a reinsurance program that I didn't have any clue what it was when I asked about it. Nobody could tell me what it was either, but we did it just like that on a Monday night. $10 million. It wasn't an amendment that came forward from the Senate. It wasn't an amendment that came forward from the House. It was a request from the governor for another $10 million for a reinsurance program. I still don't even know what it is. But it got put in, and it took less than 10 minutes for it to be decided upon. So we've been sitting here and discussing it, and I can appreciate that the senator from Greenwood Village says this should have gone through appropriations. Had I thought about it, I would have suggested that. But we are in the last few days of the year of our session. That's it. And we have an opportunity to do right by higher education. It's not like this funding is just going to be used for something that nobody knows about. This funding is to cover their basic core minimum costs. And it's still not enough. And it is still not enough. We're trying to cover where the governor suggested $36 million and a 4% cap. It should have been $110 million. We're trying to cover that gap. And they asked for, what they needed was a total of $144 million. I mean, there's all these figures that go in place. But where I'm trying to get them to is the gap that they have at step 2, which is their base core minimum costs. Step 1, it was fully funded. They need it in their formula, $33.6 million. The governor, the JBC said, great, we did $36.3 million. We did that. It's the step 2 funding. It's the base core minimum costs. We didn't even get close to inflationary costs and inflationary needs. This doesn't even get us all the way there either. And I can appreciate maybe the good senator from Greenwood Village is feeling a little pressure or thinking that it was done too quickly, but I'm pretty sure I've been talking here for about 45 minutes to an hour, which is 6 times longer, at least, 6 times more than I got for a $10 million request from the governor for the reinsurance program that just went through like that. So I'm just asking that we try to close that gap, that we work not to break the higher education system, that we assist with covering base core minimum costs, and that they have pledged that they will work to try to reduce tuition as low as they can. But some of our smaller institutions, Adams State, Fort Lewis, Western, Mesa, even Metropolitan State, they need the funds. So whatever. I'm asking for an aye vote on L008.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I completely hear the concern from the good senator from Weld County about not having enough time to digest giant amounts of money being spent. This is $10 million. This is an enormous amount of money. This is more than a 10% addition to the total amount of increase that we already gave to higher ed, which is already $90 million, which was already $60 million more than the $30 million the governor requested. I would like a little time to look at this, think through it, not just be assured that the money is there. Speaking as the chair of appropriations, this is the kind of amendment that I wish would have come at an earlier stage so that we could have a discussion with all of the information. To add $10 million to a bill at this stage in second reading without having the context, without having the ability to balance this against all the other things that you, colleagues, are currently asking us to fund, and I have already had a lot of hard conversations with folks telling them we don't have the cash, to say here, yes, let's just add $10 million to something, that doesn't seem like the right way to make this decision. I'm not saying I oppose doing something more for higher education. I'm saying we need a bit more time to be thoughtful about putting another $10 million into any one thing at this moment. As for a no on L008.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, there are 7 people in the Appropriations Committee that make decisions on these bills. I brought it to all 35. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing it to all 35 members and asking you if this appropriation is okay. It's not like I just came up with it and said, let's just do 10 million, and I don't know that we can't fund it, because I asked. And the money's there. Can't go around and just keep breaking systems. We don't fund our public education system to the amount we're supposed to. We can't go and break the higher education system and not fund base minimum costs. This is not even going to increase their base. So next year, they start in the hole again. It doesn't even still cover what they need for their base minimum costs. Every single higher education institution, including community colleges, came forward and said, we need a total of $144 million to make this work. And that's for step 1, for step 2, for the financial aid. That's what we need to make it work so that we can get to 4% increase in tuition, so that you can cap us at a 4% tuition increase. They didn't come in and say, we need more money in step 1, because step 1 is fully funded at $33.6 million. They didn't do that. They all stuck together and said, we need more money in step 2 to cover our base minimum costs. That's what they did. So all of the higher ed institutions were very clear on what they needed. We're clear on what they need. And I apologize. We should have gone through appropriations, but instead of only bringing it to 7 members, I brought it to all 35. I'm asking for an aye vote.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President. Wait, where are we?
Chair is fine.
Chair, that's what I thought, Chair.
James, whichever.
Mr. President and Chair and Mr. Incredible Senator.
Wow.
I am a little bit out of my league here because I don't serve on education. I really shouldn't even be talking at the well about this, but I can just want to share some feelings about it. We have underfunded higher ed. I don't think anybody in this room is going to disagree with that. We have underfunded higher ed. We've had some solutions from very hard work that were found by the good senator from Weld County, by the good senator from Arvada, I hope I did that right, and from our excellent senator from Greenwood Village. I don't know how to fix this, to be honest. I don't want to pull money from the good senator from Aurora's bill. And I've heard that we have this $10 million that has been found. Is there not some way, colleagues, that we can take just a little bit more time to figure out how to take part of this $10 million and give it to higher ed? That is my request, because I think that's what everyone in this room wants. That's what I would like to do. I don't know how to do it procedurally, so I'm asking that somebody help us figure that out. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I'm urging a no vote on this amendment. And the reason why is this $10 million goes to a formula. And what I'm trying to do is I'm really trying to help students get a job and get to work. I'm not quite sure if you've seen Denver skyline lately, but if you have, you can see that there's a tremendous need for construction projects. And I'm told there are 40,000 construction workers that are needed for major projects just right here along the front line. But yet, we want to transfer this funds and put it in this general pocket to fund higher ed, and higher ed has not asked for this additional appropriations at all. We have already appropriately funded them based on what was allocated to them by JBC. They have not asked for us to make any further adjustments. But what this bill is trying to do is trying to address the high demand needs of supplying the workforce for the state of Colorado. This is not an Aurora bill. We need healthcare workers and construction workers and pipe fitters. We need labor all across Colorado. So don't get the impression that this is an Aurora bill. This is a bill to address the needs of our economy. We have a workforce shortage. This is not the time to be calculating, putting money here, putting money there to higher ed. Yes, we need more psychologists. Yes, we need more doctors. Yes, we need more lawyers. But some of our kids need to work right now before they can maybe take their places as a doctor or a physical therapist. This will give them that head start, because what it does, it provides them with student aids to do so. So that's why I'm a no on this amendment, because I think we should be doing something about meeting the demands that the state is telling us that they have a shortage of workers. We're trying to get people to work. Higher ed is not asking for $10 million right now, but our students are asking for an opportunity to get some skills, to get some licensure. Because when you go to work, that's what they want. They want to know what kind of skills do you have. They don't want to know how much you gave CU or UNC in reference to some calculated formula. This is about getting young people the certificates and the skills and the licensure that they need to work while they're going to school. So let's get back to the essence of this bill and vote no on that amendment.
Thank you, Senator Fields. Members, before we move forward, just really quickly, Madam Secretary asked me to let you all know that we do have food off to the side near the Majority Leader's office that's been ordered for us. She said that, and I have a list here, there's chitlins, there's frog legs, there's pig feet. I'm just playing, it's legal Pete's. But if you would like to step off the floor and get food, please stop eating the snacks in the snack bowl. No, there is real food. No, but if you want some food, it's right off to the side. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to continuing this conversation between now and third reading and ask for a no on L008.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L008 to 1246. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and L008 is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1246. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 1246 is adopted. Tom Sullivan has it, the good senator, and that bill is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, Thursday, April 27th.
The motion is laid over the balance of the calendar till tomorrow, Thursday, April 27th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Who voted no? The ayes have it. And the balance of the calendar will be laid over till tomorrow, Thursday, April 27th. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Once again, someone keeps saying no, but the ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report. The Senate will come to order. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met, had a number of bills under discussion. Ms. Cole, will you please read the report?
Will the clerk also please add Senator Sullivan to the roll?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 271 is amended. Senate Bill 281 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1266, 1178 is amended, 1008 is amended, 1032 is amended, 1263 is amended, 1234 is amended, 1036. 1246 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1233, 1243, Senate Bill 279, House Bill 1003, House Bill 1216 laid over until April 27, 2023, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Thank you. Senate Bill 271 is amended, 281 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1266, 1178 is amended, 1008 is amended, 1032 is amended, 1263 is amended, 1234 is amended, 1036, 1246 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1233, 1243, Senate Bill 279, House Bill 10003, House Bill 1216 laid over until 4/27/2023 and retaining their place on the calendar. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up the following bills on special orders second reading consent calendar at the hour of 4:08 p.m. Senate Bills 275, 277, 288, 289, and House Bills 1075 and 1251. Colleagues, calendars have been distributed to your desks.
The motion is the Senate take up Senate Bill 275, 277, 288, 289, and House Bills 1075 and 1251 at the hour of 4:08 p.m. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate will take up those bills on special order considered at the hour of 4:08 p.m. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. There we go. Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and the Senate will resolve itself to Committee of the Whole for consideration of special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and thanks to Senator Sullivan, Senator Henriksen will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the code tradition is relaxed. Will Ms. Cole please read the title of all the bills on special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 275, Senators Janal and Will, Representatives Duran and Lynch, concerning managing wild horses and in connection therewith creating an entity to support management of wild horse herds in Colorado, seeking long-term solutions for horses removed from the wild range and making an appropriation. Senate Bill 277, Senator Buckner, concerning measures to provide resources to increase public safety and in connection therewith extending related existing appropriations. Senate Bill 288, Senators Fields and Buckner, Representatives English and Joseph, concerning measures to determine coverage for doula services. Senate Bill 289, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Burton Srota, concerning seeking an amendment to the Medicaid state plan to implement the Community First Choice optional benefit. House Bill 1075, Representatives Snyder and Joseph, Senator Exum, concerning evacuation and clearance time modeling in wildfire risk areas of the state in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1251, Representatives Epps and Pugliese, Senator Pelton B, concerning the repeal of obsolete provisions in Title 39 of the Colorado Revised Statutes.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of all the bills on the special orders, second reading consent calendar, and their associated committee reports, which includes Senate Bill 275 and the associated Agriculture and Natural Resources and Appropriations Committee reports, Senate Bill 277 and the Local Government and Housing Committee report, Senate Bill 288 and the Appropriations Committee report, Senate Bill 289, House Bill 1075, and House Bill 1251.
The motion, or is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? The motion is the adoption of all the committee reports on the special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and all the bills are adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 275 is amended, Senate Bill 277 is amended, Senate Bill 288 is amended, Senate Bill 289 passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1075 and 1251 passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is adoption committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Thank you. Senate Bill 275 is amended, 277 is amended, 288 is amended, 289 passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1075 and 1251 passed on second reading and ordered, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Joint Resolution 1020 lay over until tomorrow, April 27th.
The motion is for House Joint Resolution 1020 to lay over tomorrow, Thursday, April 27th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Joint Resolution 1020 will lay over until tomorrow, Thursday, April 27th.
Okay, I'll grab, or you have a
Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 005?
Senate Bill 5, Senators Huckas, Lewis, and Cutter, Representatives Lynch and Snyder concerning measures to expand the forestry workforce and in connection therewith, directing the Colorado State Forest Service to develop educational materials for high school students about career opportunities in forestry and wildfire mitigation, creating a timber forest health and wildfire mitigation industries workforce development program to help fund internships in those industries, allocating general fund money to the Wildfire Mitigation Capacity Development Fund, authorizing the expansion and creation of forestry programs, directing the State Board for Community Colleges and Occupational Education to administer a program to recruit wildland fire prevention and mitigation educators, and making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 005. I know.
Senator Cutter, is there any discussion? You'll explain your reason for concurring.
I don't remember now. I think this was just a tiny technical change. It was not a big deal, and we were fine with it. Just a small error that we missed, so I would be happy to concur.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 005. Are there any no votes?
Oh, yeah.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 005.
The motion is repassage of Senate Bill 005. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Van Winkle, Pelton R., Pelton B., Will, Smallwood, Liston, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 005 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 049?
Senate Bill 49, Senators Zenzinger and Van Winkle, Representatives Snyder and Buckenfield concerning the registration exemption for special mobile machinery and in connection therewith, eliminating the requirement that an owner of such machinery regularly have at least 1,000 items of such machinery in the state to obtain a registration exempt certificate for the machinery and making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 46.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, we negotiated some language between the department and the language in which they will use to regulate the special mobile machinery changes that we are encouraging in the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 049. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Zenzinger. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 49.
The motion is a repassage of Senate Bill 49. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 049 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Zenzinger, you are the co-sponsor. And Van Winkle. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 058?
Senate Bill 58, Senators Danielson and Hawkins Lewis, Representatives Wolford and Young, concerning required disclosures of age-related information on job applications and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 58.
Is there any discussion?
Not too much.
Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 58. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 58.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 58. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Smallwood, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Liston, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 58 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 94?
Senate Bill 94, Senators Lundin and Zenzinger, Representatives Wilson and Lukens, concerning the creation of a task force to report on measures to improve school transportation and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Lundin, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with amendments to Senate Bill 94.
Is there any discussion? Senator Zenzinger.
The House added a couple of more people to the committee.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 94. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator, Mr. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 94.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is repassage of Senate Bill 94. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 94 is repassed. Co-sponsors. He got it. That's quick. Henriksen. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 149?
Senate Bill 149, Senators Coleman and Exum, Representative Bacon, concerning the creation of a program to provide higher education financial assistance to students who perform youth mentorship and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 149.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just clarified those who could participate in the program and those who could not, and asked for an aye vote.
The motion is the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 149. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Exum. It's such a phenomenal bill. For some reason, I feel that maybe it doesn't need these motions, but no, it does need those motions. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 49.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 149. Are there any no votes? What? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner, Rich, Kirkmeyer, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Smallwood, Simpson, Pelton R., Pelton B., Listen. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 149 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 175?
Senate Bill 175, Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Rich, Representatives Bazenaker and Tager, concerning the use of tax increment financing by downtown development authorities.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 175.
Is there any discussion? Seen Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The House made a couple of amendments that we didn't seem to have any problem with, and I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 175. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 175.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 175. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Baisley, Van Winkle, Pelton R., Pelton B. With a vote of 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0. Senator Kirkmeyer is also a no on the repassage of Senate Bill 175. Any additional no votes? With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 175 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Zinzinger. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 177?
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Roberts and Simpson, Representatives McCormick and Catlin, concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 177.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 177. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that for the repassage of Senate Bill 177.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 177. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 177 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mr. Majority Leader, Will, Van Winkle. I got to work on peripheral. I'm sorry, brother. Message from the House. Oh, Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. Things got to moving a little fast for me, and I'd like to change my vote on Senate Bill 23005 to a yes. Got to reconsider?
Yeah. Yeah.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 5.
The motion is reconsideration of Senate Bill 5. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 5?
Senate Bill 5, Senators Hawkins Lewis and Cutter, Representatives Lynch and Snyder, concerning measures to expand the forestry workforce and in connection therewith directing the Colorado State Forest Service to develop educational materials for high school students about career opportunities in forestry and wildfire mitigation, creating a timber, forest health, and wildfire mitigation industries workforce development program to help fund internships in those industries, allocating general fund money to the Wildfire Mitigation Capacity Development Fund, authorizing the expansion and creation of forestry programs, directing the State Board for Community Colleges and Occupational Education to administer a program to recruit wildland fire prevention and mitigation educators, and making an appropriation.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. This feels like Groundhog Day. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 005.
That's a proper motion. The motion on the table is the repassage of Senate Bill 005. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Kirkmeyer, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Pelton R. Will was a yes. Please do not make Senator Will a no vote again. He's a yes, an aye vote. Senators Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Smallwood. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 5 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Will. Message from the House.
April 26, 2023. Mr. President, the House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1068, 1077, 1232, 1026, 1187, 1224, and 1225, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has voted not to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1002 and request that a conference committee be appointed. The bill is transmitted herewith. The House has adopted the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 28 as printed in House Journal April 21, 2023, and has repassed the bill so amended. The bill is returned herewith. The House has adopted the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 220 as printed in House Journal April 21, 2023, and has repassed the bill so amended. The bill is returned herewith. The House has voted not to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1132 and request that a conference committee be appointed. The bill is returned herewith. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes House Bills 1265 and 1086 amended as printed in House Journal April 24, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes House Bills 1107, 1214, and 1305 amended as printed in House Journal April 25, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes House Bills 1297 and 1301. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes Senate Bill 178 amended as printed in House Journal April 24, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of statutes Senate Bills 16202, 166-7, 102, and 102 amended as printed in House Journal April 25, 2023. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bills 208, 196, 82, 272, 211, 167, 193, 247, and 210.
Message from the reviser.
April 26, 2023, we herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1297 and 1301 without comment as amended. House Bills 1086, 1107, 1214, 1265, and 1305 without comment as amended. Senate Bills 1760, 102, 166, 178, and 202.
Signing of bills.
April 25th, 2023, the President has signed House Bill 1009, 1030, 1099, 1195, 1204, Senate Bill 69, 90, 93, 144, 152, 156, 162, 185, 232, 420, 143, 180, 183, 241, and 250.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recall Senate Bill 155 from the House for the purposes of reconsideration.
The motion is to recall Senate Bill 155 from the House for the purpose of reconsideration. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The bill will be recalled. Announcements. Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Education Committee will be meeting in 15 minutes, in room 352. That's a change of rooms. 352 in 15 minutes. We're going to be hearing House Bill 1241, 1262, Senate Bill 296, and House Bill 1261. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the interest of making sure there is due notice, as much as it is possible to give, the plan is for Senate Appropriations to meet Friday morning. We'll say 8:30 for now to hear at least Senate Bill 286, 292, 297, 1060, 1061, 1074, 1091, 1102, 1120, 1161, 1184, 1212, 1227, 1231, 1274, 1298, and 1300. And other bills that may pass out of committee between now and then that need to go to appropriations. It may be earlier than 8:30, but for now, let's plan on 8:30.
Appropriations will meet at 6 a.m. on Friday morning. At 8:30 for now. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, we're going to be meeting at 5:50 in SCR 357, and we have 4 bills. We have House Bill 1202, House Bill 1244, House Bill 1136, and House Bill 1236.
Senator Fields, did you mean 450?
450.
450. Thank you,
And
Senator.
Senate Committee Room 357. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fields. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Transportation and Energy will not be meeting today. The 2 bills that were in Transportation and Energy will be rescheduled for Monday, and Transportation and Energy will not be meeting today.
Senator Will. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. So tomorrow, make sure you put this on your calendars and you have it on your desk. Tomorrow is Sportsman's Day at the Capitol. Hot dogs, and we're going to have Rocky Mountain oysters.
Rocky Mountain oysters.
AKA moon marbles. So be there to eat some of those for sure. It's going to be good. So please, it'll be starts at 11 to 2 out on the east lawn of the Capitol.
Senator Will, do you happen to have any vegetarian options for maybe members who are vegetarian as well?
Vegetarian options.
Senator Will.
Not that I know of, no.
There'll be potato
Great
chips.
answer. Potato chips.
Oh, shit, okay, yeah. And buns.
Yeah.
Any other announcements? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, looking forward to Sportsman's Day tomorrow. Hope you all can come outside, grab some good food. Thank them for being here. We'll have a tribute in the morning as well. Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, we will meet at 5 till 5 o'clock. Room change, we are across the street in LSBB. Agriculture and Natural Resources in LSBB this afternoon, and we have 1 bill on our agenda, Senate Bill 295.
And a good bill.
Any other announcements? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, the Senate Judiciary Committee will be meeting today in the Old Supreme Court at 5 till 5. We will be taking up the following bills: Senate Bill 194, House Bill 1182, House Bill 1250, House Bill 1249, House Bill 1019, House Concurrent Resolution 1001, and House Bill 1205. The balance of the calendar will be laid over, and I look forward to seeing you all there in the Old Supreme Court. Thank you.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in Senate Finance tomorrow, a bill will be added to the calendar. House Bill 1272 will be also heard in committee tomorrow.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no further announcements, I move that the Senate recess until 4:45 p.m. today. Colleagues, you do not need to return. We will not be coming back to the floor. So thank you for your hard work today, and God bless all those that are serving in committee. Thank you.
Members, before we adjourn, I want to remind you that we do have plenty of food near the Majority Leader's office. Please make sure on your way to committee that you do pick up lunch, and thank you, Cindy and team, for providing lunch for the Senate or dinner. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will recess until 4:45 p.m. today.